Morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, March 3rd, 2025. We do have a pastor this morning. We're going to start with a prayer, Pastor Tony, and then if you would remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Borelli.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to pray for you. Heavenly Father, I thank you for your presence here this morning. We thank you for this wonderful country that we live in. We thank you that you give us the opportunity to be a part of proceedings like this. We thank you for each of the supervisors and all those that give their time and expertise to help govern our country and our counties in the way where our families live and work and play. We ask you to bless all of those here in attendance this morning. Help them to have a heart for our county. Give them wisdom and discernment. Guide and protect them as they make decisions that impact Mojave County and all of its citizens. May their discussion and their decisions not only bring you glory, but be beneficial for all of our communities. Father, I also ask you to be with those who are hurting or struggling and experiencing difficulties right now. You know all of their needs. Help them to find direction, and may our communities be a source of hope for each one of them. Be with our first responders and our healthcare workers. Be in our schools with each teacher and student. Be with our local businesses, the owners and employees, and help them to grow and be prosperous. Be with our churches and nonprofits as they reach out and minister in our communities in their own unique ways. And Father, finally, I ask you to come together to be with each one of us. Help us to support one another in all that we do. And we pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Father.
Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on March 17th, 2025 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 9.
So moved.
Heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Spirit to have it, do have it so ordered. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney Davis, welcome.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And do we have Supervisor Letman on the line?
We do.
Supervisor Letman, do you have a report for the board? Come back, I guess, to him. I don't know if he's on mute.
He's on mute.
And the only thing that I would report, those of you that have been following could I get my mic? Is that better? Thank you. For those of you that have been following Mojave County's public lands issues, as of 2023, the former Biden administration used the Antiquities Act to create another national monument, enormous national monument in Mojave County and Coconino County. Half of it is in District 1, my district up north, called the Baj National Monument. And Mojave County, the Arizona legislature, Colorado City, City of Fredonia, we actually filed litigation that has just been appealed by the Arizona legislature. So we're thankful to the Arizona legislature for their partnership on that. In addition, we're also trying to work with congressional folks like Utah Senator Mike Lee, Congressman Gosar, and others to challenge the current boundaries of the Baj National Monument. So we'll keep you posted on that. That's all I have to report. I'll give Supervisor Letman one more chance if he wants to give an update.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I do not have an update. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Do we have a lobbyist report today from High Ground? We have Mr. Ponder with us.
Mr. Chair, I am on the line. Thank you again for the opportunity to meet with you all. I just want to update that last week was what we call crossover week in the legislature, which is the week when most bills or many bills cross over from the Senate to the House and the House to the Senate. This week we start committees where the Senate hears House bills and the House hears Senate bills. And so we are now transitioning in chambers. So we will start doing that process going forward. I want to go over one new bill that I think will be of concern, in particular to our Colorado River communities, was brought to our attention and by the Mojave County Water Authority, House Bill 2059. In fact, I think it was brought to everyone's attention. I think the Central Arizona Project, Salt River Project, etc., brought it to the attention, and I will be doing additional research on it, but I think it basically precludes any entities from complying with some of the federal contracts that we have on the river, which is very problematic as it relates to some of those contracts with the Colorado River Compact. So we need to certainly keep an eye on this bill. I don't think that it would ever be signed by the governor because of some of the significant implications on it. I think that the Central Arizona Project would certainly weigh in to ensure that it wouldn't be signed. But again, we're going to remain vigilant. I think that our recommendation, based on the feedback that we got from Mojave County Water Authority, would be that Mojave County weigh in opposed. But I do want to do additional research and provide that research to Mr. Elters so that he can provide that to you all as we move forward in the process, because as I indicated, this is a new bill on our radar. There are a couple bills that are moving over to the Senate Natural Resources Committee. Again, you may recall the last meeting that we had, I highlighted that our three main principles are to pursue legislation that protects rural groundwater, pursue or maintain legislation that protects the Colorado River, and then finally legislation or identify legislation that maintains and protects the groundwater code, the Groundwater Management Act. There are two items that I'm going to cover right now that impact the Groundwater Management Act, which is the subsequent AMA, active management area removals, in the event that the Hualapai Valley had to become a subsequent active management area. The House Bill 2088 and 2089, we have weighed in opposition. Those bills would create a water rights mess, effectively, because it would allow for the active management areas to eventually be removed, and all conservation that had initially went into place for that to be removed, and then the water rights underlying framework would create this sort of disparate view of rights between irrigators, so farmers, and everybody else who wouldn't have any rights whatsoever. So there's some challenges there. There will be a bill coming up in committee tomorrow in the Senate Natural Resources Committee that we also weighed in on in opposition, that basically changed the rules of the game for active management areas, subsequent active management areas, 44 years after the rules were created, for some entities that just had impositions placed upon them. Again, that violates Rule 3 of our policy initiatives for the county. Again, we're not testifying on this one. It's just something that we weighed in on.
Could you repeat that bill number, please?
Yeah, sorry, that one's House Bill 2203. It's called Historical Water Use, Subsequent Active Management Areas. Effectively, when the active management area legislation was put in place in 1980, they set out a framework for how they would determine what type of water credits people would get when an AMA was put into place. And what this bill does is, now that there are 2 AMAs that have been created in southeastern Arizona, it basically says, well, we don't like the rules that were put in place, so we're going to change the rules for some certain water users in that area after the fact. So that was the rationale for our position on that one. And then I think the big item that really everybody, I think, in Mojave County keeps an eye on with respect to our positions over the years is Mr. Dunn's bill from a few weeks ago on the rural groundwater. And I identified in our last meeting the 4 areas, 4 reasons that we were opposed initially to this particular bill. Mr. Dunn, as I understand in my conversations with him, is looking to have meetings to negotiate a solution. All indications that have been made to me is that Mojave County will be at the table in those conversations, and he has asked me and us to participate in those meetings. I would expect that the folks at the table will be Mojave County, the Farm Bureau, the dairymen, SRP, the Salt River Project, the mines, and maybe 1 or 2 more entities. I don't know. I would expect the cattlemen will probably play a role in that. But in talking with conversations with Mr. Dunn, I think that those private conversations that I've had with him, I think that there is some strategic alignment that Mojave County has in some of the items that are in his bill and in some of the items that maybe we support that are not necessarily in his bill. That we could probably find some sort of melding of the two. I am hopeful, but that hope requires the opportunity for us to actually get together. We've had some great conversations with Senator Angus in working together with her as a good steward in groundwater policy. And so we look forward to working with her and Mr. Dunn to try and get this finally across the finish line. We think that this year is the year to get it done because we know that next year will be heavy influence on Colorado River issues because of the 26 requirement for the Colorado River. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli. Did you hear that question, Ms.?
Is that bill already out of the Senate? Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Borelli, it is not. It actually hasn't gone through Cal yet. Mr. Borelli, the most recent conversation that I had with Mr. Dunn and staff was that he wants to get some stakeholder meetings together. However, he is also trying to push the bill out of the Senate and into the House just as is, potentially, and holding it in the House as sort of a placeholder so that it's over there. I have suggested a different strategy to him. Similar, and you're particularly familiar with this strategy, Mr. Borelli, but a strategy that was done in 2022 with the WIFA negotiations, where legislation started in the Senate and was done with a late introduction. I have encouraged that strategy as opposed to moving the bill to the House, where there's less control of it. So I hope that will be the strategy that we utilize, but the conversation has been that he wants to try and get it over to the House.
Any other questions for Mr. Ponder? On the one bill, I don't remember, was it 2059 that's trying to mess around with the terms of the Section 5 contracts, Nick? Is that the one?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yeah, so just a little more information on that. In Mojave County, our river communities, Havasu, Bullhead City, they've done a really good job with doing everything within their circle of control to try to limit water consumption. And their allocation, they have allocation that's unused right now. And that's because it's their forever water. And so we want to make sure that as we go into these post-2026 Colorado River Guideline rules, and we've talked about this with state representatives at AWR and also at the federal representatives at the BOR, that as we look at those, what the river use is going to look like post-2026, that they being the Bureau of Reclamation and the state honor the terms of everybody's Section 5 contract on the river to make sure that we get our full allocation, or that they start with those allocations. So we don't want anything that's going to erode those allocations. Otherwise, there's not a lot of turf and other things that would be easy to reduce waters. They'd have to reduce wet water. So we're hoping that fails. And then on the groundwater issues, we think that Senator Dunn is the right guy for the job. We're glad to work with him. I've had commitments with him directly that he'd bring us to the table. So we appreciate the update. County Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. I have a couple of items this morning, starting with the Goat Hill TV District project. That project is now complete. It was just completed in February. The new tower has been installed, which includes the activation of the new and more powerful TV transmitters. The Mojave County Sheriff's Office and Public Works communications for the new tower were also placed into service. The old and compromised tower was safely taken down and removed from the site. The new tower features state-of-the-art construction, durability, and the potential for expansion of services that the county may need in the near future. This could also include room for other users if the Board of Supervisors wanted to pursue leasing space on the new tower. We understand there is an interest out there, but nothing of a firm nature yet. So just happy to report that, make you aware that as far as the TV transmission part of it, it is going through tweaks and update and operating at probably more than 3/4 its capacity, and will be at full capacity in the next couple of weeks. Unless there are any questions on that, Mr. Chairman, you'll have one other item, and that is related to ongoing effort for cost control and savings. The Mojave County Treasurer's Office changed to a single-page tax bill. This was the notices this fall, which has resulted in savings of postage and printing of about $14,000. Additionally, there was savings due to e-notices, which is a service that will allow taxpayers to sign up for email notification in lieu of notice or mailed notices, which has also saved about $11,000. So together, there is a total saving of about $25,000. And it's my intent to report to you on similar cost control and cost saving activities in other departments in future board meetings. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Manager Elters. Any questions? If not, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Supervisor Martin, would you like to pull any items from consent this morning?
I think I have a couple.
29, 30, and 31.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli? Okay. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 22.
Supervisor Letman?
I have no items to pull.
Thank you, sir. And I have no items to pull. Actually, we've had a couple of people, let me see here. 27. Some people that want to speak on 28. Uh, 36. A couple people want to speak on 36. People want to speak on 37 and 38. Looking for a motion to approve consent minus items 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 36, 37, 38.
So moved.
For that motion, do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As we
Aye.
do have it. So ordered. Okay, first item is item number 22, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Main reason for pulling this off the consent agenda was to let the public know that we are having a tax deed auction and that it has begun. So if you're interested in that, you can take a look on the Treasurer's website, and that information is there.
Actually, the clerk of the board's website page that has the information on it. We also have a link on the home page, so people can just click and go straight there. We try to make it easy.
Thank you for the correction, Madam Clerk.
Any other comments? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
No action required.
Okay. Very good. We'll move to item number 27. We have somebody that signed up to speak, Mr. Armin Stantz.
Morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Item number 27 is a cell tower, and I don't know about having so many cell towers around. There is reports out with the 5G and coming up 6G and everything. They're splitting DNAs with it. So I really would like that the supervisors consider and do an environmental impact study first before they okay a cell tower. Then we have enough radiation already in the air with all the airplanes going over and doing cloud seeding and everything. That's all killing us slowly but surely. So please reconsider the cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So actually, 22 was the only consent item. We're going to open a public hearing on item number 27 formally. That's the first public hearing, excuse me. I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 27. Is there anyone else besides Mr. Sange that wants to comment on item number 27? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 27.
Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Comment?
The public hearing is now closed, so you can now make a comment. Yes.
Okay. I just want everybody to know that what he addressed was commonly called the chemtrail issue, and I am absolutely concerned about that. And I've asked our developmental services to purchase what is called an AQI monitor, which is air quality index, because in Mojave County right now, there's only one air quality monitor, and that's in Bullhead City. And my understanding was that was put there to monitor back when the power plant was down there and all that stuff was going up into the Grand Canyon. But as a supervisor, I'm really concerned about what these jokers are dropping on us. They're killing us, our pets, our land, our water. And I've asked our developmental services guy, Mr. Holtree, to purchase one of those. They're only $200 and have it installed so we have something here in Mojave County other than Bullhead City to monitor stuff that's being dropped on us. So just so you know.
Chairman, I do have Mr. Tom Johnson on Teams. He is available. He is the applicant for this, if you would like to acknowledge him.
He can make comments if you'd like to.
Mr. Johnson? You would need to unmute yourself, Mr. Johnson. Sir, we don't hear you.
Well,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's okay. Any other discussion from the board? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion on item number 27.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
because this is a question about a wireless communication, I'd quickly remind the board that there are certain conditions under the Telecommunication Act of why a telecommunication tower can and cannot be denied. And so would ask that any discussion on that be refrained from or be limited to those reasons. I can state them if the board wishes. But this special, it opens us up to liability if we extend past the Telecommunications Act for a denial.
Everybody on the board understand those instructions? Okay. I'd open it up to discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, sir. For that motion.
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. You have it. So ordered. I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 28. We have two people that have signed up to speak on item number 28. First, being Mr. Armin Stanch. Armin, you want to come up? Drang? And then Jason Muchmore, you're on deck.
I'm in Stange, Fort Mojave, aka the German again. Yeah, the rezone to heavy commercial. The property owner bought the property a couple of years ago, and he knew it was light commercial property. So now he wants rezone to heavy commercial manufacturing and outdoor storage. I think we have more than enough traffic already on Cavalry Road. I can show you videos where they drive up and down the road, and it's getting out of hand with the traffic. We have tow trucks going in, blocking Cavalry Road when they drop off cars there. So he should have thought about that before he bought the property. And you heard our property values. We are a residential area. We have a commercial buffer zone towards Highway 95. The east side of Cavalry Road is multi-residential. What is supposed to be a buffer zone between businesses? So I don't know what to tell you, but you heard now property values when you put heavy commercial and manufacturing up there. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jason Muchmore.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chairman. My concerns are similar to Armin. He's my neighbor across the street, but mine's a little bit different take because I live in a slightly different area. So, what I have some concerns about is what I would call what I call rezoning creep over time against the general zoning plan. The LeClaire's Acre subdivision west of Highway 95 between Dunlap and Camp Mojave Roads in Fort Mojave. LeClaire Acres was originally designed to be designated as agricultural residential. The general zoning plan changed some of LeClaire Acres zoning from AR to multifamily residential between Valencia, Calvary, Camp Mojave, and Weiss Roads, essentially putting that buffer between Highway 95 commercial zoning and residential zoning. The rezoning of the commercial manufacturing open lot storage of Agenda 29 on the corner of Calvary and Valencia Road further erodes the general plan rule that was put in place. So I'm just saying, and there's another agenda item, another lot further up on Dunlap that was converted to commercial as well that was in this all AR zone. And that's all I have for you, sirs, is just to discuss what I consider not following the own rules and rezoning things differently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those were the only two individuals that had formally signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would wish to speak on item number 28? Going once? Going twice? I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 28. Open it up to the board. Would anybody like to hear from Director Holtree on this issue, or?
I would.
Director Holtree, can you come up to the podium? Thank you. Morning, Scott. Morning.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, just to kind of answer some of those questions that were brought up. This property is adjacent to an existing CMO zone, right? It's exactly kitty corner to this property. The property itself is also already zone C2, which is our general commercial zone, and it has a land designation from the general plan of commercial as well. We're not requesting an amendment to the general plan because it would comply, the proposed zoning would comply with the existing general plan designation. And because there are like zones in the vicinity, staff has recommended approval. The commission heard this item at their Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and is recommending approval. It was a 9-1 vote with Commissioner Martin was opposed.
Thank you, Scott. Board, Supervisor Borelli, or excuse me, Supervisor Gould.
Director Holtree, what's the difference between a minor plan amendment and a major plan amendment?
Chairman Lingenfelder, Supervisor Gould, a major plan amendment is based on size, the area of the land that is being amended. I think it's 1,800 acres. It would be a major amendment. Anything less than that is just a minor amendment.
So this doesn't have to have a note that it's changing the general plan?
Supervisor Gould, no. The existing plan is general commercial in our land designation for the general plan, and the CMO zone would fit that designation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, is there a second?
A second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. All right. Item number 29. We have several people. I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 29. We have several people that have signed up. Danielle Oikek. I have Kathy Calhoun, Patricia Call and Susan McAdams that have ceded their times. Mrs. Oli Keck, is there anyone else that would wish to cede their time to her? Otherwise, she'll be our first speaker. And I'm going to give you up to 6 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Danielle Olikek, Golden Valley. First, I want to thank you for your time and consideration regarding this proposal. Second, I want to encourage anybody else that's speaking today to speak with the kind of respect you'd like to receive from others. If you know me personally, I moved to Golden Valley knowing there was no grocery store here, and I personally do not have a desire for one either. I do, however, sympathize with those who could greatly benefit from a local store with competitive prices like what's available in Kingman and Bullhead. Unfortunately, I do not believe that this is the right proposal for this. I'm not going to spend my time talking about all the problems with this proposal. Our frustration lies with the disconnect between the residents, the county, the development services, representatives, and the developers. This item came before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and only one significant question was asked regarding the sewage. Then it was passed through unanimously. It blew my mind that there were no other questions asked about this proposal. Have any of our commissioners been listening to the community the past few years? Why did no one from the county give Mr. Cimino a heads up about how Golden Valley might react to multifamily apartments? Did anyone inform him about how important it is for us to protect and preserve our AR zoning? How much we love our wildlife, dark skies, quiet nights, and much more that we value about our community? And how much we do not want to turn into a city. After the news of the apartments made the media and concerns were rightfully raised, I reached out to Mr. Cimino directly to see if we as a community could get some more details about his proposal and clarification about his past business ventures in Golden Valley due to concerns about fraud, elderly abuse, and a recent bankruptcy. During this conversation with Mr. Cimino, I asked him where he got the idea to build apartments. He mentioned Tammy Ursenbach in the Economic Development Department. For anyone who has been paying attention to our community would know that was probably one of the worst recommendations to put in front of Golden Valley. I do have to give Mr. Cimino and Mr. Thistle credit and respect for taking the time to host a community meeting and facing the public head on. They took the heat. We had over 194 people in attendance with less than a week's notice. And thank you, Supervisor Martin and Supervisor Letman, for coming and getting a taste of the valley. There were many important details revealed during the meeting, like not having an actual contract or interested grocery supplier. That the fast food chains mentioned are just examples. People really believe the names that were on the proposal are the actual businesses that are coming in, and that's not the truth. And the first phase of the development will be the storage or apartments. They mentioned they've been working on this development proposal for over a year, but we can't help but think, where the heck have you been? We've been working with the county on the general plan update. We have been very vocal about how we would like to participate in the development of our area. We've been very active, and we've expressed our unique values, and many of us have a profound desire to be wise stewards of the place we call home. We've participated in several community meetings over the past few years and still feel like our voices are falling on deaf ears. Do we as a county not advise or examine large development proposals coming in to ensure protections for residents and set developers up for success and not failure? I feel like we've failed in this department, at least in Golden Valley. Today, I do hope you take a good look at all the reasons why this proposal does not truly align with Golden Valley's actual needs. Take public safety for an example. We have 2 sheriffs that patrol all of Golden Valley. That's not enough. I also hope you take a good look at the job our commissioners and county departments are doing representing your constituents. This is not the right proposal for Golden Valley right now. Currently, there are over 50 acres of commercially zoned highway frontage in Golden Valley. Why not develop there and bypass this whole public process? We're in the middle of the general plan update. We've worked with the planning and zoning to put what we want out there, how we want to see this develop. We want to protect our AR zoning. We want commercial to stay along the highway frontage. have been going back and forth with Ms. Ursenbach recently, and she even shared with me that the population in Golden Valley has declined. In 2021, the numbers were 9,685. In 2023, 7,999. What grocery store in their right mind is really going to come in and solve this problem right now? Thank you.
Keith Sikuski. Thank you. Keith Sikuski. Keith, thank you. Pat O'Neill, you're on deck.
Morning, Supervisors. Thank you for giving me the time to speak there today. My name is Heath Sikoski. I live at 3694 North Charlotte Road. I'm about 2 miles from this proposed property. I'm here to oppose this for several reasons. My wife and I chose to move and invest our savings on property in Golden Valley because we wanted a rural life. We were well aware of the fact that we need to travel to Kingman or Bullhead City for a lot of things, and we're okay with that. I feel that what Mr. Chimino, as well as some others, want to do is to take that rural lifestyle away from us just to make a quick buck at our expense. He lives in a security guarded, gated community in a large house in Las Vegas. He knows nothing of how most of us love our lifestyle. If this rezone is approved, that'll open the door for more quote-unquote developers to come in and take away our way of life and turn Golden Valley into Golden City. Our infrastructure also would not be able to accommodate or sustain that amount of rapid growth as well. I understand that they have discussed removing the apartment complex and expanding the storage facility. Why? This is something we don't need in Golden Valley. We already have several of them. His quote-unquote wastewater treatment facility, from looking at his drawings, is nothing more than a large septic tank. So I have 2 questions about that. One, will it be large enough to support that amount of waste from the stores, restaurants, and houses? And 2, who's going to be responsible for cleaning and maintaining it in the future? There's currently one located at Ship Estates that doesn't function properly to begin with, and they want to put another one in right down the street. There's times people can't open their windows now. Can you imagine how much worse it's going to be if there are 2 improperly maintained facilities? Again, that won't concern them because they don't live in Golden Valley. Has anyone spoken with the ranchers whose cattle free range through that area? With that much more traffic and the traffic light being proposed, with a lot of drivers will potentially take other streets to avoid, there will be a rise in accidents involving the cattle. It was also asked about the integrity of the roads. Mr. Thistle's response was they will take care of and improve their half of the road. So they're only going to assist the county with half of the roadway? What about the other half across the streets? I can go on and on, but in conclusion, I'm asking you all to vote no on this proposition. Please don't let them take away what we love about Golden Valley. Thank you.
Pat O'Neill. Dave Johnson, you're on deck.
Morning, my name is Pat O'Neill. I've lived here 21 years in Golden Valley. I love this valley because of its open and rural feel. I don't want it destroyed by greedy developers who don't care about our residents' quality of life. This latest project that's come up for consideration looks like the carrot and the stick, a grocery store that many want, but you have to take the apartments, the traffic light, and the traffic that goes with it. I went to the meeting at Colorado Fire Station. I heard a lot of platitudes about how wonderful it would be, but no solid answers about the infrastructure needed to make it work, such as the sewer, electric, the water. In the end, he wants to go ahead from the supervisors with no comment about the grocery store or the water company or a plan for a sewer plant, which would be necessary for the apartments. I would like to see some more transparency about these projects popping up. The county only showed one comment posted, and that was from Angle Homes. It was a positive, big surprise. I have seen it all before with these projects, Pravada, Jim Rhodes made lots of promises. Lake, a golf course, 30,000 homes on 1,500 acres. They were supported by Joy Brotherton and Gene Bishop. And look at it now. Vacant land and a nut farm to avoid property taxes. This caused my property north of Shinnerump to be reassessed from $31,500 to $375,000 with no benefit to me except to have to pay more taxes. I've collected signatures on a petition to stop Angle Homes. And if you would like to read it, you'll find that most of the people in Golden Valley want 1+ acre homes, slow and thoughtful growth. If the 4th District supervisors want to know what the constituents how they feel about and what they would like to see happen, maybe the county supervisor would like to hang out at the water hall stand. I'm sure he'll get some direct information there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Johnson. Dave Johnson, followed by Dean Johnson.
Good morning, Supervisor. Thank you for listening to me. At the last meeting, it seemed the questions that everybody had was revolved around the infrastructure and how that was going to be addressed by the developer and the county, of which none of that was ever answered. And again, you hear the concern about the waste treatment. Now, you as supervisors each represent a different area. Now, when you vote to approve this, how much funds from your area are you going to contribute to Golden Valley to improve our infrastructure? The tax base that's within Golden Valley is large, but not large enough to pay for the road improvements, to pay for the maintenance of the septic system, to pay for the growth of the school, to pay for the growth of the fire department, to pay for the growth of the sheriff's department. We can't do that alone in Golden Valley. We need your help as well. If you're going to approve this project, are you going to commit funds from your area to help the Golden Valley? Thank you.
Dean Johnson. Jack Burgess, you're on deck.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Supervisors of the board. Pretty much everybody took my thunder away. That's what I had going too, was the infrastructure of Golden Valley. Right now, to my understanding, Mr. Martin, we lost the ambulance service. We could not put enough money into the fire department to be able to have the ambulance service in Golden Valley, so now that's coming out of KMRC. So how can we develop a hotel, stores, when we can't even finance our fire departments at this point to have a ambulance service, sheriff's department? So before we can approve anything to build Golden Valley bigger, we need to look at that infrastructure of our fire departments, police department, ambulance service. And then once we get that in place, we need to start looking at our roads, get them developed where people can travel safely and things like that. So that's where I'm going to leave it now with you guys. I am opposed to it until we start getting our infrastructure up where we need it. Thank you.
Jack Burgess. Leanne Smith, you're on deck.
Morning, Supervisors. Jack Burgess, Golden Valley. My two main concerns with this, one being the road. When you do construction like that, there's two-way traffic. They're only responsible for one side of it. That means you guys are on the hook for the other side, the maintenance and the heavy traffic going through there. The second concern I really have is the drainage. They're proposing to grab all the water that comes across the highway there, put it through their property, and then let it out. What study did they look at for how much water goes through there? If you did it this year, it's not very big. 3 years ago, it was a whole different story. Thank you.
Leanne Smith. Bruce Hopkins, you're on deck.
Good morning, Leanne Smith, 3981 South Centennial, and thank you for this opportunity. As a past professional researcher, I was a little surprised that the developers did their due diligence regarding the floodplain. They hired a civil engineer, which we heard several times. They also talked to the county about the road, the stoplight, maintaining the road, and the parking spaces for the proposed grocery store. But over a year, they didn't do their due diligence as far as the impact on police. As it said, we only have 2 in Golden Valley. Per the FBI, we should have at least 1 per 1,000 people. We're already shy 5 to 7, depending on how you count the numbers. Also, no discussion about the impact on the aquifer. No discussion, detailed discussion on the septic has already been discussed. Sewage. They pulled the apartment buildings. I've lived here now for 8 years. I have consistently heard that many residents do want a grocery store. We have elderly who do not want to drive to Bullhead or Kingman. I can appreciate that. But I've also consistently heard they don't want high-density housing, as been demonstrated in the past when other builders have come forth wanting 6,000 square foot lots. We moved here from Northwest Indiana. My husband's one requirement was, I don't want to see my neighbors. We live on septic. We live on water hall. A lot of people, and water is very concerned. Golden Valley Improvement District lost a well, didn't have pumps in storage for a replacement. I sold pipe valves and fittings for 21 years, worked with the city of Chicago. Every plant had at least 2 backup pumps. We are underfunded in many ways. Please consider this as you move forward. Wait for the general plan. Keep 68 commercial, and please listen to the residents of Golden Valley. Thank you.
Bruce Hopkins. Bruce Hopkins. Kathy T., you're on deck.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm a concerned resident of Golden Valley. I've been here for about 8 years now. And it's clear to me that the Board of Supervisors must vote no on this rezone. Here's why. I want to read the last sentence of this. This is part of the proposed, the revised statute 11-802, and this is for a lot of people that might not know this. The very ending sentence says, the commissioners will make changes to future public interest, but will not alter plans or review regulations solely for any individual group or organization for their own personal caprice, convenience, or profit. Now, at the heading up here, the commissioner's primary duty is to advise the board, that's you guys, I guess, and the orderly, they're gonna manage, okay, anyway, the supervisors in managing the orderly growth, the physical development of Mojave County, and to protect the health, safety, morals, general welfare of its citizens, the commission will make changes to further the public interest. And then we get to the part that I just read. Now, this is again, this is the revised statute. The general plan helps protect the natural resources, the water, the open spaces, ensuring a balance between the growth of stewardship of our natural environment, enhancing the quality of life. The general plan addresses essential aspects of daily life, such as housing densities. A clear plan helps attract, retain, and expand businesses and side with development. Now I lost my place. Anyway, this revised statute is from the commissioners who are supposed to advise you, and basically it's supposed to protect us against what's happening with this amendment to the general plan, because it's for somebody that is sincerely profit motivated. Beep. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Teehee. Daniel Nagy, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Teehee. I'm a resident of Golden Valley for the last 4 years. I'm not going to read everything that I have written because many before me have stated the same facts. We want a rural community. We want 1 acre minimum lots. I have concerns about water, the sewage treatment facility, traffic, and safety of our community. Thank you very much.
Daniel Nagy. Daniel Nagy. Angel Lund, you're on deck.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm Daniel Nagy, 3621 North Horse Mesa Road. What I've heard so far is about everything that I've wrote down. It started out as, if I may, talk to, is it Mr. Chimino? Is that your name? Chimino?
Please face the board.
I wanted to spell or say his name right. When you first introduced yourself, since I didn't know you, I was keeping an open mind on your proposed project. You gave us a little history of yourself, and you stated how you loved Golden Valley. And once you owned Castle Rock Restaurant, you said that you were spreading yourself pretty thin at times because you had other businesses also. And then you had a death in the family, and you went through a divorce and that, and I was feeling, quite concerned really, because you kept saying how you loved Golden Valley. Well, then when people started talking at the meeting on February 25th, they were asking, well, where do you live? And we find out he lives in Las Vegas, not Golden Valley. And also his partner lives in Las Vegas. Well, then I started thinking about how you sounded like a politician. You look at this hand, and you give us kind of like a sob story, this is who I am and stuff like that. And then
we're not really here to assign character to people. We're here to talk at the item.
Thank you. But then at the other hand, you kind of turn me off because you're proposing this, well, I've lost my, okay. Well, I felt that you didn't care about Golden Valley like you say you do. I believe if you get your plans approved, you would not move to Golden Valley to live, but to leave in this proposed congested area to the residents to deal with. Some of the things that concern me on this proposal is water allotment, the flood zone after the property, the water runoff, because what you're going to do is on your plans is channel the flood zone. through their property. Well, then where's it go after that? It goes into other people's property. And what happens if we have a flood? Well, it may take out the road and it's going to destroy some other people's property. Okay? Now, the number of apartments, are they going to be low-income housing? We don't know. How about the lot size for the houses? Another, are they low-income projects? The waste treatment plant, where will it be? If you have chargers, EV chargers at the gas station, what's that going to do to the grid?
Thank you. Angel Lund?
So, you know, I'm sorry, but I just did not believe.
Thank you, sir. Your time is over. Angel Lund?
Thank
Deborah O'Hara, you're on deck.
Angel Lund, excuse me, Angel Lund, Golden Valley. I've come here before you before on the 3,000 homes that they wanted to put in, developers. Somehow that got through zoning too. This got through zoning and I have no idea why. Why would zoning approve a septic system in a wash, in a flood zone? Sure, you might move it over a little bit, but you still have a great risk of harming people there and downstream. We already are putting up with one of these kind of a septic system that's huge, has to have stuff hauled away, all the waste hauled away out of it. Golden Valley does not have a general sewer system county run. We also don't have a public water district. We need things like that before you ever consider anything like this. No grocery store is going to come in to an area where you have a kind of a septic system. And they're not going to come in where you are putting a grocery store and a bunch of businesses in a flood zone, much less a wash that runs right by it. I don't know what anyone is thinking. I don't understand our zoning, and I don't understand and won't understand the county if you approve this. We don't want this. We've come before you before saying we don't want this type of development. This even has foreign investors. He's not planning on living here. He's failed before here. And now he has foreign investors that he's bringing in, at least from Canada, into our valley. We do not want this. Thank you.
Deborah O'Hara? Arthur Ramos, you're on deck.
Hello. My name's Debbie. I've lived out here, my family, since the 60s, and I'd like to thank you for your time today. I've seen Golden Valley. I've seen Kingman when there were dirt roads. Okay, I understand we're going to grow. My request is that as we do grow, we do it intelligently. And Golden Valley, you have a beautiful place out there. This could be the gem of Mojave County. As far as your rural living, generational wealth between the people that pass down their homes out there, okay, and not turning it into Highway 95 and Stockton Hill Road, okay? The last thing we need is fast food restaurants, swimming pools, movie stars. This development has already changed plans now since last week when we were in. Oh, no more apartments. What will there be? You're right. You have the carrot of a supermarket and the bait and switch. We'd like not to have that done, please. You're getting ready to have someone that's been working on a general plan for Golden Valley for quite some time now. Apparently that's coming in April. Why would you approve something before they've even had the opportunity to weigh in. Okay? And that's a big thing. And past that, the 3 original rules of Golden Valley. And please remember them. Water is gold. How much water will they be using? I live off the grid. I know exactly how much water I use. 300 gallons a month. Don't dust your neighbor. I don't care how much pavement gets put out there, there's still going to be a lot of dirt. Slow it down. And a signal on 68 would be a very good idea, perhaps in front of Verde, where our children enter and exit for school. Okay, but not up there. There's nothing on the other side. And the other thing is, kick anything before you pick it up. That's not limited to rocks and sticks. Everybody that's here from Golden Valley want to raise their hand for a minute?
Address us.
On a Monday, thank you. On a Monday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, all you're going to see is us old farts. Okay? That's because the young'uns, along with the kids, are in school. They're at their jobs. They'd be here, but they have to support their families. We need to support them. We need to make sure that the area that they've moved in will support healthy children and healthy seniors. Thank you.
Arthur Ramos. Shirley Kemper, you're on deck.
Good morning, Art Ramos. I live on Agua Fria there in the Golden Valley. The main problem, one of the main problems that I have is the lack of consideration towards the 10-year general plan. I mean, these guys, he owns the property for many years now, and he must know that we're right in the middle of this, getting this solidified, what we want. And like Danielle and others have said for several months, many months now, we've said the same thing, that how we would like to see the valley grow. And that's slowly with all of 1 acre lots, 1 acre plus lots for residential. And apartment complex is just doesn't fit into any plan that I've ever heard of around here. So, you know, to put this project at least on the back burner or turn it down completely would be what I would do, but you're going to make that decision for us. But like, I feel the same way as many of the people that you've heard, but the lack of the consideration for the 10-year plan, it feels like we're playing whack-a-mole. Every couple of months, another developer's in town with a different piece of property, and they want to do the exact same thing that we just requested that you turn down. And so maybe, like previously mentioned, the planning and zoning department would take those things into consideration. I witnessed that meeting where only one question was asked of that project, and it was about the sewer or septic tank. One question, and the answer was vague, and okay, it got passed. And so that is, we feel a little bit like they're not taking interest in our lifestyle for the valley there. So if you could oppose this for now and tell them to come back later with a different plan or something more solid. You know, he couldn't name the stores, couldn't name the gas station, couldn't name the builder, you know. So, or I think he had one construction person that was on board, and then those other investors from out of the country. It just, to me, he's not ready, and we are certainly not ready for all of this proposal. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Shirley Kemper. Kathy Joy, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Kemper. I just wanted to state that I'm opposed to this, and I'm not going to go into all the reasons because they're being mentioned already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Joy? Kevin Thistle, you're on deck.
Good morning. Kathy Joy, Mormon Flat Road, Golden Valley. Everything they've said is what I wanted to say. I'm totally opposed to this. Please turn it down.
Thank you. Kevin Thistle? Followed by Ronald Gesser. You're on deck.
Hi, I'm Kevin Thistle. I don't know if you want me to present the project now or wait till the rest of the...
Are you with the applicant?
Yes, I am.
We'll wait till the end. How's that?
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Ronald Gesser?
Good morning. Like everybody else, all the topics have been covered. All the reasons have been covered. I just want to say that my wife and I moved here very recently, within the last half a year, because of the open areas, because of the night desert sky, open range, and this kind of development is just going to start ruining that. Everything that we invested, everything we have to move here from Wisconsin, and everything that we were looking at is looking at going away because of development like this. And the grocery store thing, it was like somebody else mentioned, it was a bait tactic. Golden Valley is not large enough to have a Walmart or a huge grocery store. It can't sustain that. There's no investor that would put that kind of store in. So it'll be a regular store with higher prices that people continue to go to Kingman for. From my doorstep to Kingman to the store, it's 15 minutes. And to have the convenience of a store right down the road, I don't think it's worth giving up everything else that we are here for. The congestion, loss of the night sky, people, the 1 acre lot is a very good idea to keep that. We moved away because we could reach out and touch our neighbor through the window, and we don't want that. And unfortunately, this meeting's being held in the morning, and if social media is a very good guide, there are so many people that are against this proposal that can't make it here. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it's at least 85% of the people are totally against this. I don't know if anything else to say. Like I said, everything else is covered, so I'm just going to leave it at that, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Michael Babb? Followed by Philip Robinson. You're on deck.
Morning. Michael Babb, Golden Valley, Arizona. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I moved to America from California about 11 years ago, and I love it here. I don't want California to follow me here. I don't hear not one resident from this valley that's actually spoke in favor of apartment buildings, large neighborhoods, or tract homes. By the time these people, the greedy outsiders is what I call them, by the time they get done building this project, the 3,000 to 4,700 homes that they talked about building on the north side, the Angle homes, and the project that they're talking about building on the other side of the town, which I hear is about 600 homes. By the time they get done with that and fill it, you'll talk about doubling the size of the valley, just for nothing but greed and nothing but money. If you look at the amount of rains that we've had in the valley for the last 3 years, it's almost nothing. We have been hearing about this water study that they did that says there's 100 years worth of water here. I just find it hard to believe that the last 3 years and the lack of any rain whatsoever has not affected that study greatly. A lot of the residents in the valley have water tanks with runoff systems to catch the rainwater, to water their outside plants, to water their horses, their animals, whatever they have. even the birds, the wildlife, whatever. They're using rainwater to do it. There's not very many people in this valley that have tanks with water in them anymore. It's completely dry. Everybody is now watering their outside with tap water or water haul. By the time we increase the residents to where they're going to be, there will be no more water. Period. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Philip Robinson.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, supervisors. My name is Philip Robinson. I want to give you a little bit of history. I started coming out here 35 years ago, all over this valley. Don, I was going to buy up in the Wallapies, but I didn't. I bought out there in Golden Valley. 30 years ago was my very first general plan. The people out there stated then they wanted 1 acre lots. I brought this up a long time ago, Ron and Travis, before the new board members. Then 20 years ago, we had the same type of meeting. That was at Little Debbie's. We all decided, yes, we'll do the infrastructure businesses along 68. Stop at Birdie and up to Bacovie, right like how the mediums made. That's all development area. This year, when planning and zoning, the director came out, I can never remember his name. I asked him why doesn't planning and zoning ever go by their general plan of what we, the people, want out in Golden Valley. He stated to me that they combine Kingman and Golden Valley together. I wish I would have recorded that. I really do. I was the only one there, but that's what he said. And I said, why did they do that? He didn't know. He just shook his head. I don't know. I guess it was before his time. But this is how it's going. We never get represented. Don, your guy that sits on the planning and zoning, never comes to none of our meetings. That's wrong. That's wrong. He should be at any one of our meetings. He doesn't represent us. He's representing these guys right here. That's all he's doing. That's not right, guys. Come on, start thinking. Start thinking for we the people. We are the tax base out there. Nobody else. We do our shopping in Golden Valley. A lot of... Thank you.
Jim Hellwig. Jim Hellwig, followed by Gordon Morris. You're on deck.
Morning, everyone. Morning, supervisors. A couple things. I've been a property owner continuously in Golden Valley since 1985. My first home was in 1986. It was a single-wide mobile on the corner of Hideout and Chino. Things have gotten better considerably ever since then. My last house was up against the foothills in the southwest corner of the valley. Couple things I'd like to go over. First of all, the reason why they want to locate probably where they want to locate is because it's on a section line road, makes traffic control much easier. The reason why we can't find out who's going to participate in that development as far as companies are concerned is because generally when you're dealing with a multinational company, you've got to keep your mouth shut or they'll disappear. Population in Golden Valley is whatever statistics anybody wants to use. No one really knows what Golden Valley is and where the borders are. I think a reasonable person might say from Legend Ranch down to Oatman Road. That is 240 square miles of subdivided AR zoned property. And I counted it on the map. And that equals 153,000 acres. So there's a lot of property out there zoned AR. By the way, I have 10 acres about a quarter mile from this project. And if you haven't guessed already, I'm in favor of it. The talk about no high density property in Golden Valley is wishful but not accurate. Where are we here? The Settin' In RV Park has 220 spaces. The Tradeswinds RV Park has 145 RV spaces. I didn't even bother counting the other 2 RV parks because you get where I'm going here. And the problem with those tenants is they're transitory tenants. They have no community skin in the game. Their home has wheels. So that's worse than apartments. As far as planning is concerned, I think, I'm no planner, but I think what they're trying to do along the highway is have commercial development with multifamily behind that as a buffer to the residential.
Gordon Morris. George Loya, you're on deck.
Yeah, my name is Gordon Morris. I'm out of Golden Valley, North Concho. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me speak to you. I want to commend these 2 gentlemen here for putting on a good meeting a couple weeks ago. It was very nice of them to do that. And they have put a lot of effort into their program. But I think the other speakers have addressed that quite well. But I want to bring up a question. Our planning committee that was a unanimous forum with only one question. They're not representing the people that live in the valley. The person that's there is not representing Don like he could. I've never met this guy, but most of you probably recognize my face from the audience. I go to all your meetings that I can. I go to their meetings. I want to make sure that the public's represented. I'm here to watch what you guys do, and then I report back to my friends that are in the valley what's taking place here with the board or with the county. The county puts those people there to screen these projects and keep them in alignment with what the people in the area where it's affecting with these projects to represent us. And that person is not and hasn't for quite a while. Was directed by a prior supervisor who's no longer with us. I don't think they're representing that person that we have is representing Dawn, and I know they're not representing the county. We want 1 acre or more. We don't want a sewer plant. But yet, they didn't ask these nice fellows that are proposing this project any questions along the lines. I thank you for your time. Don, thank you for representing us. Travis, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Where's Loya? Sandra Kelly, you're on deck.
Supervisors, thank you for your time. George Loya, Golden Valley, Arizona. We had a great leader in our country who said that the way of governing was unique. In the people tell our government what to do. That person was Ronald Reagan. Proud to say his name. We like Golden Valley the way it is. We don't mind driving to Kingman or Bullhead City. We like rural to what we have here in Golden Valley that developers want. What is it that they want that we have here? I don't know. Please leave us alone. Thank you.
Sandra Keller? Sandra Keller? Les Keller, you're on deck.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. This is my first time ever doing anything like this, so please bear with me. We've lived in Golden Valley 17 years. 10 years before that, we were down in Fort Mojave. We moved to Golden Valley for the peace and quiet. Got our dream home, finally. Took us almost 20 years to find it. We love where we live. We understand that it's not always going to be this way, that, you know, there is going to be growth, that it is vital, you know, to thrive, and the community needs to grow and progress. We understand that. My biggest concern is all the red flags that that are being thrown up by this builder. Just his past should speak volumes. He has no business in our valley trying to build a project. His past is not good. Everybody has fights that they are fighting every single day in their life, one way or another, trying to make it. I get that. But they don't turn to criminal activity to compensate for this. And his is very recent, 2019, from what I understand, and involves some very shady dealings. And he's known for not following through and business ventures failing. So does this mean he's going to start a project and then just leave us hanging? With a big mess on our hand, like the lots we've got out on Shinnerump that have been out there since we've moved here, with equipment and materials sitting out there that aren't being used or utilized. Sounds like this gentleman just wants to line his pockets, and Golden Valley looks like an easy hit. We're not Hicks. A lot of us come from big cities, college degrees. We're not backwoods by any means. And it's not that we don't want our community to grow. We just want it done by somebody who's responsible, reliable, dependable, isn't going to cut corners or safety issues. And I have to agree with other people. Our infrastructure is not ready for this. Our schools, sheriff's department, fire department, we're not ready for these this infrastructure that he wants to build from 68 to Shinnerump.
Thank you. Les Keller? Les Keller? No, Les Keller? Is he here? Les Keller, it's your turn to speak. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Morning, my name is Les Keller. I live in Golden Valley. Pretty much everything that I was concerned about has been answered by, people have asked all the questions and everything that I was concerned about. But I'm wondering what the impact is with our water, what's going to happen. You know, I have a 850-foot well. It costs $40,000 to have put in. 13 years ago, I could pump 1,500 gallons of water in one day. Now it's to the point from all the wells being put in right now to where if I get an hour's worth of water, I might get 100 gallons of water now. So I'm wondering what's going to happen when they put this new well in. Am I just out? I don't have a well anymore, you know? I mean, nobody really seems that concerned about the water. I mean, you can't continue to build if there's no water. I mean, it takes water to purify water. That's all I have to say. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito. Patrick Devlin, you're on deck.
Can you see that?
Can we get the screen up, please?
Getting dark. Thank you. Jennifer Esposito, Golden Valley property owner. This is such a mess. We shouldn't even be here. We shouldn't be here because Tammy Ursenbach with Development Services should have never told Mr. Chimino this was a good idea. We were all at her little Let's Talk thing, and we all put our little Post-it notes up, hundreds of Post-it notes all over the place, 1 acre lots, 1 acre lots. She knew damn well that we didn't want this here. Some people do want a grocery store, and it'd be nice to have a little one, you know, like the one that's going in on Bank Street in Northern, the Wallapai Market, or some Mojave Meat, some small mom and pop thing. Right now, Golden Valley has $2 stores that sell groceries. They have 4 gas stations with convenience stores already. Depending on how you want to count it, they have 8 or 9 places to eat already, all of which would be negatively impacted by this large, shiny new thing coming in on the highway where everybody would stop. I'm really sorry that Mr. Chimino spent money on a traffic impact study and a flood impact study. But putting a traffic light at Teddy Roosevelt and 68 is a disaster. You're going to back up traffic in both directions, depending on what time of year, because, you know, everyone's going to want to stop. Traffic light, stop, stop, stop. We already have enough problems out there with traffic. But what concerns me the most is the fact that, and this is what's being proposed, this little yellow spot right here. Now, the handout we were given at the meeting on the 25th was virtually unreadable. But when you look at your copy of it, you see the word leach field. Okay, it says wastewater treatment plant. This isn't a wastewater treatment plant. He admitted he doesn't even have anybody to build a wastewater treatment plant. That's all just pie in the sky stuff. You give him the rezone now and amend the general plan, and this thing goes belly up. There's absolutely nothing to stop him from selling it to another developer who put whatever in here. But the minute you say leach field, you know we're talking about septic tank. That's what Ship Estates has directly across the street that's failing. Okay? Now, I did a deep dive on Mr. Chimino and his business partners, and I even used AI to see if I missed anything. And according to my search, Peter Chimino, identified legally as Pietro Chimino, was involved in a significant elder abuse case tied to a bankruptcy proceeding in Nevada in 2019. Leonard Indelicato filed a state court complaint against Chimino and his wholly owned company, Castle Rock Holdings LLC, alleging fraud, conversion, and elder exploitation. This is important, don't interrupt me. The case stemmed from Chimino's action as a debtor in bankruptcy, where he was accused of fraudulently inducing Indelicato to transfer real property into a supposed joint venture and converting $80,000 under false pretenses. Now, if you look at his business partners, Americana Development, they have completed no projects. Mr. Chimino on LinkedIn lists a current 2 places he doesn't work at.
Done. Don't forget your phone. Appreciate the enthusiasm in the auditorium here, but we're not here to assign character assassinations. We're here to talk about what's up.
Speech is allowed. It cannot be restricted, Travis.
Thank you, Jennifer. Duly noted. Patrick Devlin.
Yes, hello. My name's Patrick Devlin. I'm a resident of Golden Valley with my family. We moved here from Conway, South Carolina, originally from Connecticut. And I just wanted to say that, like, once you go suburban, you can't go back, you know? So, I mean, we're just asking that you vote no. And we love the night skies and how it is right now. So, thank you.
Kevin Thistle. Kevin Thistle, you're our last one that's signed up.
I'd just like to address the chairman and supervisors. My name's Pietro Peter Cimino. I've been coming out to this valley since 1999. I bought a business here in Golden Valley in 2005 with 140 acres attached to it. I did have some dealings that did happen, and all I can tell you is that it's an unfortunate situation and things happen the way they do, but I will tell you that I've seen so much in this valley and believe in this valley that I've come back with a piece of property that I've been grateful and gracious enough to my partner to bring me back into this because I believe in Golden Valley so much. 20 years ago, I manifested this, what we're here looking at today. At that time, there was barely lights coming out, shining when you're coming over Kingman, looking at the Golden Valley, which I did 5 to 6 days, if not 7 days a week, driving back and forth, commuting back from Las Vegas, because I believed in Mountain Vista, Music Mountain, Golden Valley. This whole Mojave County is just a gem. So before you folks here, all I can tell you, for myself, I will do everything and anything I possibly can to work with the community to do all as possible to make this work, follow through, and do the best that I possibly can to spend the next decade or two here in Mojave County developing and doing the best that I possibly can and not letting you folks down.
Order. Order.
Hello, my name's Kevin Thistle. I'm here to go over the details of the property, of the project, and let you know where we're at right now. As you know, the project is located at the corner of Teddy Roosevelt Road and Highway 68. The frontage on Highway 68, we are proposing a small neighborhood grocery store along with 3 fast food buildings and a combination fast food convenience store with gas pumps, all adjacent to Highway 68. This is the plan that
Order, please. This is an 8th grade. Come on, this is a business meeting.
This is the copy of the plan that we had filed with our application. It's also the plan that we presented to the neighbors last Tuesday night. It is true, behind the commercial shopping center, we were proposing 154 mini storage units in this location here with access off of Teddy Roosevelt Road. Behind that, we were proposing 142 apartment units in this location, and behind that, we had 15 single-family residential lots. With regards to the drainage comment that was been brought up a couple of times today, there is an existing drainage channel that goes underneath Highway 68 here. There is a flood channel that currently, not a channel, basically a ditch that runs through the property and exits down on Brook Drive in the middle of the property here. Our proposal is to construct, and we, as it was stated, we did have a drainage study done. The drainage study did show at a minimum 100-year flood situation. They have designed or recommended the size of a flood channel that would be constructed that would extend from Highway 68 along Teddy Roosevelt Drive and exit the property down at Brook. That is what our obligation is, to pick up the water that's draining onto our property and let it leave in the same place that it currently leaves. With regards to the master plan, I have been in communication with Mojave County Planning Department, and they have informed me that the proposed 10-year plan will not affect this particular site. I did a study and just took a look at what kind of businesses currently exist along Highway 68. I know that there have been some comments today that have talked about, keeping the commercial on Highway 68 and that is basically what we're proposing. Currently, from what I could tell, it appears that we have approximately 6 auto repair facilities fronting on Highway 68. We've got about 8 retail shops of various types of businesses, 6 restaurants, 2 beauty shops.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Am I done?
Yeah, that was your time. Just a second. We're still in public hearing. We're at public hearing. I'll give you, how much more time do you need?
I'll make it brief. I'll cut it short, and I'll
give you 2 additional minutes.
Thank you very much,
people here
sir.
can hear. After I close the public hearing, you'll have a time to ask questions.
As a result of the feedback that we received from our meeting, our neighborhood meeting on Tuesday night, we went back and we took a look at our plan and took into consideration what the neighbors' comments were. What we're proposing at this time, and this has been submitted to the planning department, we're still maintaining the commercial property with the grocery store fronting on Highway 68. We have eliminated totally the proposed apartment, multifamily unit apartment project. We have replaced that with enclosed mini storage and enclosed RV and boat storage units here, which are 228 units. Behind that, where we had the residential lots that were quarter-acre lots, we have reduced those from 15 to 8 lots that are half-acre lots. If we were to develop this entire property, the 30 acres, as 1-acre lots, that would give us 30 single-family homes. What we're proposing here, when it relates to many things such as sewer demand, water demand, all of those things, we're only about half of what it would be if we were to develop it as single-family 1-acre lot project. The neighbors had many specific concerns about the apartments, which included the water demand, the sewer demand, the students attending schools, the lighting, crime, and noise that would be generated primarily by the apartments. By switching that to a mini storage, RV storage facility, those are practically eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, please. Order, please. I'm going to close the public hearing now. Please stay close. There might be some questions from the supervisors, okay? I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the board for discussion. Supervisor Martin, this is your district. Do you have questions?
Yes, I do. I just want to say, first of all, I want to thank Miss Lisa McDonald for telling everybody how I'm going to vote. She has never once called me, met with me, and even though my number is out there for everybody, and I have told everybody in regards to this, come in and see me, talk to me, call me. When somebody posts that they know how I'm going to vote, it really aggravates me because they have no idea what I'm doing. I have been working on this project long and hard, and I've met with these people. I have met with a lot of people in the valley that have taken the time to reach out to me and let me know how they feel. And all I ask is, hey, let me do this. Before anybody gets up here, tries to assassinate me and say how I'm going to vote, how about letting me vote on this thing, and I'll tell you why I'm going to vote the way I do. So I just want to say that right off the get-go. Now, I have met with these folks, and like somebody else mentioned, I don't have any problem with them. I understand life throws a lot of curveballs here and there, but we're dealing with something that is vitally important to not only you, but to those potentially 9,000 people that live in Golden Valley. And let me tell you something. When this kind of thing happens, you know, I'm looking at this, and I was at that meeting. I've been to every meeting since I took office about this situation. There was almost 200 people in Golden Valley that spoke up. I didn't see anybody that spoke up at that meeting that was in favor of this project. not a soul, okay? Since then, I have been keeping track of the emails that I've been getting on this, and I can tell you right now that I don't know what the county is saying, they got one email, but I got a fistful, and they're all 99% saying, I don't want this, okay? I got this. I've got this.
Order,
okay?
order.
So, understand, what you're reading on social media is so wrong. And there are a few people that are leading a lot of people down the wrong path about me, how I am going to represent you, and how I'm going to represent my district. And all I ask, let me say it. When you hear me say it, when you see me in public say how I feel and what I'm going to do, then you take that to the bank, and if you don't like it, okay, that's fine. But don't let others tell you about me, because unless you've sat in my office, unless you've called me on the phone, then you don't know what I'm going to do till I vote today. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to vote my conscience. And I've heard all of this. And if you've been reading social media, you've seen that I have said, please come to the meeting, because I've asked people, have you contacted my colleagues? Because remember, I'm one vote today. I'm one vote. Yes, it's District 4. It's my district, and by God, I'm proud of it. But have you reached out to these folks? Have you reached out to them and told them your concerns, or did they just get a crash course in how you feel? I had said all along, please contact my colleagues, let them know how you feel, because I know how you feel. I'm here to tell you, I think I got it, but maybe they do and maybe they don't.
Supervisor Martin, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do. I met with him and I've asked him, and I received back from him a list of things that he talked about on February 25th that he's changed now. He told me that he changed this because of what he heard. And am I correct? Is this what you are proposing now?
You approach the podium, please.
Yes. Yes, sir.
These items that you listed, these 8 items, this is what you're proposing, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you propose this based upon the voices that you heard at that meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And objecting to your plan?
Yes.
Okay. And another thing, did we not have a conversation where I told you that you were asking for a huge leap of faith for us to accept this?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying, folks. This is not just something I have just say, hey, I don't care what you feel. So I'm telling you, I've talked to them. I've talked to the people that have reached out to me. I am more than glad to talk to people in my district. I always will be. So let me vote on this thing. Let my constituents vote on it. And then let's talk about what I've done. Thank you.
Supervisor Letman, you have some questions? Please proceed.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, good. I have a question for Mr. Cimino, or the architect developer. So I was at the meeting, and I really want to thank everybody in Golden Valley for the way they treated me when I was in the meeting. It was very good, very, very courteous and hospitable. So, Mr. Cimino, I asked a question that I really never got an answer from you at, and that was the so-called water treatment plant. What exactly is that, and who is going to operate it if it needs operation after this development goes live, if it's even approved?
You want to answer that, Kevin?
My name's Kevin Thistle. I'll attempt to answer that question. The wastewater treatment requirements or needs that would have happened when we had the multifamily project in this project would have been fairly substantial and would have required more than just a leach field. It would have required a wastewater treatment facility. Now that we have eliminated the multifamily and all those units that went along with it and reduced the number of single-family residential lots, it puts us down to the equivalent of like 14 single-family residential properties on this whole 30-acre site. So our wastewater treatment needs are going to be substantially less than it would have been with the multifamily. So we have to look into that now, because we just did that change within the last week, and see what kind of wastewater options we have available to us.
Okay, second question. The 3 roadways that are going around the property, not the State Route 68 that's out in front, I'm still unclear as to what component of these roadways that you are going to be improving. Could you please elaborate on that, or maintaining?
What we would normally typically do is improve our half of the street. In other words, the half of the street that would be our property, basically, before it's dedicated to the county. That typically would include street gutter, or curb gutter, half a street lights, all that type of thing. Now, there are, even in Las Vegas, exceptions to that in rural portions of the community, where they have exceptions where they do not want to have curb gutter and sidewalks installed. They do not want to have street lights installed to maintain the rural features of a neighborhood. And if that's what was wished to be here, we would do that. Otherwise, we would anticipate improving our half of the streets, including whatever utilities would need to run in those streets.
Okay, well, as I said at that meeting, it might have been after the meeting, you should be maintaining and taking care of both sides of those 3 streets going around, because you're going to have traffic coming in and traffic coming out. Just my opinion. Chairman Lingenfelder, I'm going to hold my remaining thoughts on this until other supervisors had an opportunity to ask questions. But if you could come back to me as we go into deliberation, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Letman. Supervisor Borelli, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thistle or Mr. Chimino, yeah, with regards to the water treatment, have you reached out to ADEQ? How's this process going to work?
Like I said, at this point in time, since we've changed the major component of the demand for the wastewater treatment for this, I think we're looking at a totally different type probably of a system than we would have previously with the apartments. It's going to be a minimal system is what it's going to amount to, because we're going to have minimal needs.
Mr. Chair, yes, please. Mr. Thistle, have you already reached out to ADEQ what those parameters could be?
I don't believe so, not at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion points from the board before we go back to Supervisor Letman? Hearing none. Supervisor Letman?
Thank you. I think most people know I'm a pro-development guy. That's pretty clear. Anybody who knows me, that's certainly a platform I ran on. First off, I have no issues whatsoever with the commercial component of this development, which would be the grocery store and the fast food lots and the parking lot. I have a lot of other questions, though, and I think I made it clear after the meeting that these high-density apartments were just a complete non-starter for me. And I'm certainly pleased to see you in your revised plan that you'd be taking those out. I think what I saw back in Golden Valley should be a wake-up call for any developer coming in front of the Board of Supervisors with a significant project, and that is the need to engage community well prior to the planning and zoning meetings and the presentations in front of the Board of Supervisors. My overall view of the meeting was that, and I appreciate, Mr. Chimino, the fact that you were there and you had it. I think hearing about concerns 6 days before this meeting was really unfortunate, okay? My overall opinion is that the development just seems unprepared. All the loose ends aren't tied up. I have a real concern over the significance of that. I guess it's a water treatment plant. It may be a leach field. I'm still not sure what it is. I have a lot of concerns over roadway maintenance, and I definitely have concerns over coverage by the sheriff's deputies. Sheriff Schuster, I think, is coming to see us at the next meeting to talk about his requirements, his needs going into the new fiscal year, and the shortage of sheriff's deputies he has. One of the questions I'm certainly going to ask him is, what impact has the Walmart in Fort Mojave had on the deployment of your sheriff's deputies in that particular area of the county? While this isn't a full-blown 200,000 square foot store, nevertheless, there is going to be response time to this. My just general view is I wouldn't say there's red flags over this project, but there are certainly yellow flags. And at this point in time, I do not intend to support the rezoning of this project. And that concludes my
Order. Mr. Cimino, I will make just a couple of comments, and also to all the folks that are in the auditorium. Obviously, there's a significant amount of concern with this project. It's a bigger project, and listening to everybody, listening to your testimony as well, I do applaud you for having a public meeting. I think that's something that a project of this scope and size should always have a public meeting, at least one. In listening to some of the concerns with the water treatment, the roads, the fact that Planning and Zoning Commission maybe could have taken the opportunity to ask a few more questions. I know it's not my district, but for my vote, and I know it would tack on some time, but I'd sure like to see this referred back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to allow you to have some more time to work out some of these wastewater issues, to work out some of the other issues that people are questioning. At least for my vote, I know it would tack on some time, but to have this referred back to the Planning and Zoning to evaluate some of these things as they continue to change, I think that would be a benefit to everybody. And that's just my opinion. It's obviously not my district. So I'd open it up to additional comments or to a motion from the board. Supervisor Borelli?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As this is written, it would be a complete no. There's so many problems with this that ADEQ with wastewater treatment, and the density, flood control, all that. And the fact that Planning and Zoning passed this out without any deep diving into getting any of the requirements answered, especially ADEQ on the wastewater treatment. I know, being from the state, I know how that can be time consuming and everything else, and slows things down, but it is very important. As we were in Lake Havasu, we got stuck with a sewer treatment plant, or excuse me, a whole sewer system being put in because ADQ put in a moratorium on any more building. So Lake Havasu had to put a sewer project in that's massive amounts of money, over $400 million project that was shoved down the taxpayers' throat. And I hate to see something like that shoved down the taxpayers of Golden Valley. But I'm really surprised that this actually came out of Planning and Zoning as is. So I concur that this needs to go back to the drawing board.
Order, please.
This needs to go back to the drawing board. The developer's willing to make a lot of changes that I couldn't vote on until this is actually in front of us.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Supervisor Martin?
I make a motion that we deny this request.
Heard that motion.
I will second that motion.
You've heard that motion.
Second.
Heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Supervisor Lettman has requested a roll call vote on this. I think any one of our supervisors can request that. So, Madam Clerk, if you would take us through a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just to clarify to the board that a flat denial doesn't send it back to Planning and Zoning, it just flat denies it. If you can amend the motion, of course, to send it back to Planning and Zoning, that would be a denial. That wouldn't be a denial. That would just send it back to Planning and Zoning for them to review. So whatever the board wants to do.
I don't believe that was the intent of Supervisor Martin.
It is not the intent.
Thank you. Order, please. Clerk Scooble, can you put us through a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lettman?
I vote to deny the motion, so that's a yes to the motion.
Supervisor Borelli?
Yeah, I vote to deny.
Supervisor Martin?
Deny.
Supervisor Gould?
Aye.
And Chairman Lienfelter?
Aye, in favor of the motion.
5-0, it passed.
I appreciate your time, folks. I understand.
Thank you. Order, please. If you could all peacefully, if you're going to stay, you can stay to listen to the other business, but if you're going to leave, I'd ask you to peacefully exit because we're going to go on to the public hearing for item number 30. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 30. We have nobody signed up to speak for item number 30. Does anybody wish to speak on item number 30? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 30. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make this comment. I've been contacted by people from Dolan Springs who have asked.
Is your mic on, please?
Yeah, I think it is. Is it on? Can they hear me? Okay. Anyway, I've been contacted by people who live in Dolan Springs that aren't aware of what this is, and they just wanted us to have it brought forward, have our development services come up and tell us what this is all about, what's being proposed.
Can I have everybody exit the auditorium? Thank you. Director Haltry, if you could come up to the podium, we'll appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, thank you. This item is bringing into compliance the properties that are existing in this Dolan Springs vicinity. Pierce Ferry Road, when they did the general plan and zoning back in the 60s, they kind of created a corridor and just created a line of commercial that went through Pierce Ferry Road, or along Pierce Ferry Road, about 200 feet on both sides. And essentially what it does is it bisects a lot of different properties through that area. Essentially what this is doing, we're just trying to make it so that the entirety of each parcels are either in the residential or the commercial portion of that zoning designation and land designation from the general plan, and then allowing for those proposed uses. So the commercial uses would be right along the Pierce Ferry Road. I believe there is a restaurant that's proposed, and then residential for the lots in the rear. And I believe it is AR zoning, so it'd just be the 1 acre minimum.
Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter? Scott, can you tell us a little more about this? Because it addresses it in here that they're proposing a restaurant. What do you have in regards to that restaurant, if anything?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, that's not information that I have. That's not something that our staff necessarily looks at as what type of restaurant or the restaurant details in itself. They are just proposing to have a restaurant there, and then they would need to come to planning and zoning with a site plan to assure that everything meets the current standards. I believe the zoning right on Pierce Ferry Road already currently has a commercial zoning, and they could have a restaurant. I think they're looking to expand it a little bit more, just to give a little bit more space to allow for the proposed restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtree, this was all at the request of the property owner?
That is correct.
That was all A zoning, which is essentially anything goes.
Yeah. So
the original zoning of the county.
Yeah. The A zoning was a zoning that was placed on the county where they didn't know whether, this was back in the 60s, they didn't know whether or not it was going to be commercial or residential, and they kind of wanted to see which way it went. And so it did allow for both residential and commercial. We do see that this zone or this corridor is going to be more of a commercial area, and so they're looking to go to commercial in that zone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion. Supervisor Martin.
I make a motion that we approve.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Heard that motion second. Any additional comments? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Open up the public hearing on item number 31. Discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2025-033, a road alignment commencing in Section 4, Township 29 North, Range 15 West, and terminating in Section 17, Township 30 North, Range 15 West, to Glamping Ranch Road, located in the Meadview vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by 8-2 vote. We have two individuals that have signed up to speak. The first being David Sanders. Second being Kathy Taggett Hicks. You're on deck. Come on up.
Chairperson and Board of Supervisors, my name is David Sanders. I live at 16602 North 35th Street, Phoenix, Arizona, 85032, but the majority of my time is spent at the Grand Canyon Western Ranch, 3750 Diamond Bar Road. And I've been doing that for almost 13 years as the entertainer, as a concessionaire, and also as a historian for the ranch. I am opposed to renaming this road to a name that supports a business activity, when in all actuality for well over 100 years it was known as New Water Springs Road by the original owners and everybody since. Just nobody consulted anybody that knew the history of this. I did make a motion or a application to the Arizona State Historical Preservation Office to designate it as a historic road, because it is. The water rights go back to 1883. The only place that road went throughout history was to New Water Springs. The ambiguity came when development came in and they busted up the parcels into smaller parcels, and basically people made investments into the material or into land. Anyway, they will not meet until April. I tried to get them on the February agenda, but they wouldn't do that. I submitted this right after the board did not approve the other naming of the road, and that was on December 18th, 2024. So anyway, I don't think I don't have enough time to explain all the history on how it's related to the railroads, to the original water rights and Arizona law. But I ask that you not approve this, or at the very minimum, wait till the Arizona State Historical Preservation Office has a ruling on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Tackett Hicks.
David and I are friends. Good morning, Kathy Tackett Hicks. Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. I am acting as the owner's agent on this. I do not believe David and I have a conflict with our requests. The main purpose for this, if you look on the county's GIS system and the county maps, everything says unknown road. There is no name on this road. I have spoken with Dave about the historical. I have absolutely no problem if it were ultimately named this. But my big problem is I started trying to process, we need a street sign out there. I was able to take Supervisor Martin out to the existing commercial development back there. We have an investor who's invested over $1 million back there. And at night, at the end of Diamond Bar Road, just before the reservation, there is limited cell service. There is a dirt road that they have to take, and there's no signage. There's no light out there. There's no signage. And it's been a huge problem for a year for him. So I was doing it methodically, like, okay, we've got to get a street sign. If we had a street sign with a little solar light on it or something, that would really be helpful. So that's been the entire goal. I have no problem. The name I have right now is Glamping Ranch Road. I got that from last time I processed. That was a request by one of the people that opposed it. They said, Glamping Ranch Road. We want something with ranch. Okay, fine. Glamping came because there are numerous glamping sites back there. I mean, it's a big deal. There's a restaurant there. There are glamping cabins. There's glamping wagon things. There's bison. There's horse rides. There's ATVs. I mean, it's a big deal. So the entire goal of this is to get some sort of signage out there for people that come in. He markets primarily out of the Vegas area. He normally brings in people. He also has helicopter rides across the Grand Canyon. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. And he doesn't have a sign out there. So my goal is to get a sign, just a street sign from Mojave County out there. If David's request goes through the state historical, and that's what they want to name the street, I don't have a problem with it. But we got to have a street sign. And I do know, and I did let David know, that once he gets that signature, it still has to come back to you guys. And the name that he submitted on that for the historical is too long for a Mojave County sign. So we just have a couple of minor things to work through, which is easy. But I started this in August. The first request was denied. That's fine. I brought a little bit more exposure to the supervisors. I want to explain the problem. I don't consider it a conflict with Dave. I would ask, please don't let that wait, because we're coming into the spring season. People are out there, and it's a problem and has been for a year. So if I can get the sign up, I did explain to David that would be helpful to him if we came back just to change the name. Right now, the county has no name on it, and there's no signage. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on this during the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up. Supervisor Martin, this is your district.
On the road out,
Uh-huh.
I went out there. I probably went out there before. In this, years ago, I was out. Yes, we knew where the spring was, and the road goes significant. That road goes all the way up the national park down. So I've been out. I've seen this. Quite frankly, I was amazed. We spent this much time on putting up a single sign this big. That's all they're wanting, is just a sign that big in one spot. It will change absolutely nothing about the historical location or anything else. So my thought is, like I say, that everybody's time's here valuable. Dave, I know he's been out there forever too, but I don't see what there's a problem. And let's just put up the one sign where all the letters fit in it and move on. So I would make a motion to approve.
You've heard that motion.
Second.
I'll second.
Heard that motion second. Any additional comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Davis.
I happen to sit on the state historic board name committee that has this before them, and I see that our docket has the exact same stretch of road. So if the board has any questions about our process, I can field those as well. If not, here I am.
Very good.
Always change it.
Yeah.
We've heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 32, discussion and possible action regarding approve the adoption of EOS resolution number 2025-034, a resolution setting forth a recommendation for approval to the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality for an amendment to the Mojave County 208 Water Quality Management Plan to allow new wastewater treatment facilities for D.L. Ranch, Tract 3717, in the Havasu Heights vicinity. We have no one signed up to speak on this item. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on item number 32 during the public hearing? Seeing none, Or did you want to speak during the public hearing?
If you'd
Please
like to
do.
hear
Yep.
a little bit about it. Yeah,
Go
my
ahead.
name is Britt Wolf.
If you
I'm
state your
representing-
name for the record, please, and your address.
My name is Britt Wolf. I'm representing the applicant on this, 2036 McCulloch Boulevard in Lake Havasu City. As you stated, this request is for the Deal Ranch community. The 208 is part of the permitting process for new wastewater treatment plants. ADEQ is in the process of reviewing our plans for compliance at this time. Last week, the Arizona Water Quality Management Working Group unanimously approved this. They review various items like this regarding groundwater quality and had no issues there. The system that we're using is a Kubota package plant, which is actually used by the city of Kingman. It's being implemented at national parks across the country. Really what I'm trying to emphasize is that we're using a very high quality system. High quality effluent is released from this, reuse water. We're doing everything we can to protect the groundwater with this, with the plan that we've chosen here. With that, I'd answer any questions.
We're still in public hearing. After I close the public hearing, if one of the board members wants to talk, we'll bring it back up. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the board. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Now, this is a project that has done extensive homework with the state, and it's obviously taken a long time for this project to go through. It's not in my district, but this is a project that's actually going to benefit part of my district when people come to shop there. But this is an excellent project that's gone through the process, done all their homework, and I make a motion to approve.
Heard that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. For that motion, second for discussion. Additional comments? Mr. Gould?
No, I think it's a great project also that's in my district.
Yes. Do you have any comments, sir?
Yeah.
Supervisor Martin, did you have some comments?
No, that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay. Any other discussion? We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 33, put on the agenda by Sheriff Schuster, discussion and possible action, acceptance of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, fiscal year 2024, with the Mojave County Sheriff's Office, and authorize the chairman of the Board of Supervisors to sign the certifications and assurances by the chief executive of the applicant government form after the conclusion of the public hearing. Accepted and approved at the public hearing, revise the fiscal year 24 budget for these funds in the amount of $16,207. We have no one signed up to speak on this public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the board. Discussion or entertain a motion?
You make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
For that motion, second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I think Rich has got a delay. We're going to go to the regular agenda. Director Palmer, a discussion and possible action regarding review and accept the annual report on opioid settlement grants, which details the issuance of community grants for opioid remediation and grantee activities.
Good morning. It's still morning. I am going to present the annual report for the opioid settlement dollars, and then there will be an opportunity for any questions and some discussion at the end about how we move forward with this. So for some historical context, for those who were not here when all of this occurred, in 2019, Mojave County filed a complaint in the federal court against the opioid manufacturers. In 2021, a settlement was reached. In 2023, the Board of Supervisors voted to release funds through a grant process. Year one of the grants occurred in fiscal year 24, and year two was in fiscal year 25. In fiscal year 24, there was a lot of lessons learned that we implemented in the fiscal year 25 process. That included the reporting piece. because we were finding in year one that we didn't have the data to reflect that these entities were having a positive effect within the community. So we ramped up the reporting piece and also the financial piece. So here's the objectives. We'll go over fiscal year 24. We will go over what has been done yet so far in fiscal year 25. I'll provide an update on the overall status of the opioid settlement funds. And then there will be a slide that presents recommendations from our opioid settlement team. So for year one, our fiscal year 24 awardees, there were 5 awarded out of the 14 that were received. This included Catholic Charities, Jerry Ambrose Veterans Council, Not My Kid, Taros, and West Care. And as I realize that it's coming towards the end of a very long morning, I am going to do a quick overview of each of the slides. If you would like me to go back to one, please let me know. For fiscal year 24, and if you recall that I stated that the fiscal year 24 awardees, the reporting component was a little weak. So we have one report from Not My Kid, and their goal for the grant funds was continuum of care for youth prevention, treatment, and connections to care. They reached 37,701 youth and adults with prevention, education, supportive treatment, overdose prevention, and care navigation services. And just to quickly go over the categories that we had to use the funds for, it was treatment, support people in treatment and recovery, connect people who need help to the help they need, address the needs of criminal justice involved persons, address the need of pregnant or parenting women and their families, prevent overprescribing and ensure appropriate prescribing and dispensing of opioids, prevention of misuse of opioids, prevent overdose deaths and other harms, first responders, leadership, planning, coordination, training, and research. So for year 2, fiscal year 25, we were able to award 10 out of the 15 that were issued. And these came before the Board of Supervisors on June 17th of 2024. So awarded was Arizona Youth Partnership, Hushabye Nursery, Lake Havasu City Justice Court, Mojave Substance Treatment Education Prevention Partnership, Catholic Charities, Taros, West Care, Creek Valley, Southwest Behavioral, and Kingman Regional Medical Center. So the Arizona Youth Partnership highlights, and their funds were for expanding services for at-risk youth. The positive outcomes, 16% of program completion rate, up from 5.5% in quarter 1, and they had 2 youth graduates. Hushabye Nursery, this is a program that was offered down in the Maricopa County area, and they were looking for an opportunity to expand into Mojave County. They provide support to expectant and nursing mothers and their families. They served 21 Mojave County residents. They did 182 screenings, and they did 26 referrals to resources. They also expanded their reach through telehealth services. They added moms, dads, groups, and breastfeeding basics and expecting with empathy group. They serve 25% of those experiencing homelessness and 90% of those reported being unemployed. And what they would like to focus on in the future is job readiness program to be incorporated into their offerings. Lake Havasu Justice Court, they implemented a quality of life court. They had 2 individuals graduate in fall 2024. 5 participants are currently enrolled, and the program goal is to have 20 individuals enrolled. M-STEP also does quality of life. They do it in Kingman, and they're looking to expand out to Bullhead City. They had 35 graduates and 0 recidivism, 8 graduates who are now peer support specialists. 40 graduates attended a quality of life reunion in September of 2024. And since June of 2024, they've had 7 new participants. Teros has their Crisis to Recovery program. They had 113 referrals received, 91 clients connected to services, 83 clients identified with substance use disorder. They did a needs acceptance. They increased their engagement from 38% in Q1 to 50% in Q2. Creek Valley, theirs was for direct patient care, case management, connection to resources, community planning, collaboration, education, and prevention for the Arizona Strip area. 375 patients are receiving care for substance and/or opioid use disorder. They're also doing prevention and education in the schools. KRMC is doing the screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment process within their emergency room and their urgent care. They've had 24,832 patients screened in the emergency department and 17,307 in urgent care. West Care was funded in both the fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 years. They expanded their residential and outpatient treatment. 331 clients were served, 80% program completion rate, 62% rehabilitation rate at 6 months. Positive outcomes include 80% achieved stable housing, and they have stated that they have a strong continuum of care connections. And then Southwest Behavioral, they were looking to expand and enhance outpatient and residential treatment and peer support training and services. They had 445 families provided with supportive services. 362 participants received medication for opioid use disorder services and peer support. They had 100% of individuals receiving testing, referrals, and medication-assisted treatment within 3 days. They also distributed 276 boxes of naloxone and 37 fentanyl and 5 xylazine test strips. They also have a peer support component and residential treatment, which their residential treatment was at full capacity over the holidays. So that brings us to how the funding played out. So you can see the top section is year 1, the bottom section is, or the middle section is year 2, and then we have our totals in the third blue line. I took the population of each of the areas, service areas, and how much percentage of the population that was. And then you can see in the highlighted line, the amount per capita that was funded for each of the communities. And then the last line is percent of opioid funds received. A little note about the opioid funds. When we went into the agreement for the opioid funding, Mojave County gets a portion of those funds, and then each of the 4 cities also get a portion of funds. So when we receive a payment from any of the opioid settlements, a percentage goes straight to Kingman, percentage goes straight to Lake Havasu City, a percentage goes straight to Bullhead City, and then a percentage goes straight to Colorado City.
Supervisor Gould.
When we spoke of cities.
It is not. Each of the cities have the option to do with the funds what they choose to do. However, they also have to do it within those 12 components that I spoke of at the beginning.
Spreadsheet is
Correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Office.
Just a really quick comment. The amount of funds that the cities get is based on a formula that is attached and part of the settlement. So we don't dictate or we don't decide what the cities get. What they receive is formula based distribution. Yes, Mr. Chairman, and Supervisor Gould, I just wanted to point out that the funds going to the cities are formula based, and we don't. It's not up to us.
Chairman Lingenfelter, I have a question.
First, I'm going to ask if Director Palmer is done with your presentation. Are you open to questions? Do you have more to present?
I have a couple more slides.
Okay, let's get through those, and then we'll go to Supervisor Borelli, then Supervisor Lettman.
Okay. One other item, as Manager Alters mentioned, the funds. We also have seen that the incoming funds that were stated at the beginning of this process have been decreased due to bankruptcy settlements. And so Purdue and Mallinckrodt have both been, I don't think we've received any funds from Purdue yet because they're still in litigation for their bankruptcy. And then the Mallinckrodt ones have been decreased from what was originally stated. Okay, so this is the total fund update. So in fiscal year 23, we got 1.1 to Mojave County. And again, this is just what was issued to Mojave County, not to the cities. Fiscal year 22 was a little over 2 million. We issued $897,247 to community programs as grants. In fiscal year 25, we received $781,499 to Mojave County, and you could see how it had decreased a little bit from what we were originally, I don't want to say promised, but what we were told. 22,600 went for support staff because we found that managing all of these grantees required ongoing quarterly meetings, technical support, a lot of reviewing of documents and making sure that these entities are being effective in the funds that they receive. So we did end up splitting some existing staff to spend time on that. They are paid for a grant otherwise, and so we couldn't use those grant monies to reimburse them. We had to pull from the opioid dollars. And then 1.3 was issued to community programs as grants. And then for fiscal year 26, what we're looking at available is 1.7. The recommendation from the team is to provide up to $500,000 for renewals of top performers. We recognize that a lot of these grantees, when they submitted, they were looking at starting up a program. And although when we look at funding a program, we want to ensure that's sustainable long-term. For some, there may be an opportunity to continue to support them until they can self-sustain the program. And then $900,000 for new RFP, and then $18,538 for support staff. And then again, the recommendation from the team, the top performers are listed there. The top performers are the ones who have provided reporting consistently, met with the team consistently, and can show the numbers for the funds that they received. Then doing the request for proposals in fiscal year 26. And then the team mentioned, depending on the workload for upcoming years, potentially looking at hiring an analyst just to focus solely on the opioid settlement funds. Now I'm done.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, can you explain to me a bit more background on the Hushabye Nursery? Are they from here? Where are they from? How do they get their funding?
Hushabye Nursery is down in Maricopa County. They receive grants and I believe some funding from some medical providers down in Maricopa County. They started in the Phoenix area and they're looking to expand services. statewide, especially now that telemedicine is so readily available. They can continuously serve the population without having to involve the cost of travel throughout the county.
Mr. Chairman, what's their primary mission? Is it 0 to 5-year-olds? I mean, what's their population
The
mission?
overall mission of the entity or the organization is they're looking to support moms who are looking to get off of substances to provide the best outcomes for that child. So they support the mother in recovery, and then they're looking at working on parenting skills, parenting support, providing them resources, so that way the child doesn't necessarily go straight into foster care or the system, that they can stay with the parent and the parent becomes a contributing member to society.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Borelli.
Sure. And ma'am, maybe you can check on this for me, but how much funding do they get from First Things First?
Well, that's a good question. I'll have to look into that and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter. Could we go back to the slide that was orange colored that showed the allocations that were done by service area? And bear with me, I'm on 4 to 5 second delay looking at the video. So if we could pull that slide up, I have some questions. Okay, so I'm going to look at a different version of this. I just wanted to be sure that I understood what these service areas were at that slide going across. It had Bullhead City, Kingman, and so on. Are the amounts shown under Bullhead City, are these the amounts going directly to the city as part of their settlement?
No, this is going to be the service area that the organization that applied for the grant identified as their service area for the funds.
Okay, so that leads me to the next question. I don't see Fort Mojave and Mojave Valley on here. May I assume that WestCare and Catholic Charities and Southwest Behavioral and Catholic Charities are all providing services down into the southern part of that valley?
Yes, and WestCare, I know they have done a lot throughout Mojave County, so it's not only going to be Bullhead City, but when they provided their narrative, they mentioned that they're located in Bullhead City and that's where they're going to be serving. So WestCare, I know for sure they go throughout Mojave County. And same thing with Southwest Behavioral.
Okay, so at the bottom, that would obviously then skew these numbers where we have percent of Mojave County population, and then I look at the percent of the opioid funds received. I agree, we're at 19%, at least District 2 of the population. In fact, we're not consuming 32% of the opioid. In fact, that money is being provided, the services are being provided to residents in the southern part of the valley.
Correct.
Which would skew the amount per capita and obviously the percentages. Okay, that's my only question.
Any other questions, Supervisor Lettman?
No, that's it.
If you could bring that chart back up, I got a question related to that chart. Since this graph only reflects those opioid settlement funds that Mojave County directly gets, I'm a little confused why we're categorizing it by city and not district.
I went according to what the entity that applied for the funds, what they identified as their service area. So they didn't identify according to district. I could definitely do it by district.
The other thing, I wanted to make sure that I got this right with the attorney's office. This was agendized as review and accept the annual report on opioid settlement grants. It doesn't say anything on action. I know that there were some recommendations included. I don't think that this is agendized to take any action on recommendation. This is just review and accept the annual report. That's what it reads. The reason I ask that is because, I have an item that's directly related to this that's agendized for possible action.
Let me look into that real quick and I'll get back to you with an answer.
Any other discussion points? Supervisor Gould.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we aren't bound by any rule where this money is spent. A previous board chose to put it in these kind of programs, but there's nothing that limits us to only using this money in these programs.
Yeah, Supervisor Gould, I agree with you. I don't think that this is agendized to take any action on the recommendations, but I can tell you that my own opinion, I don't agree with recognizing top performers. I think that we shouldn't give one group that was maybe familiar with how to put in grant proposals any sort of a leg up over other organizations that might be out there that might have good programs. I think everybody should have to, almost like that zero-based budgeting thing that we talked about, that every year they'd have to perform, provide some measures that they've actually accomplished some goals, and if they keep doing that, then they can keep putting grants in and they'll be successful. But we shouldn't give one grant, one stakeholder group access to some funds over others. I don't think that's appropriate. I mean, there might be some organizations out there that heard about these funds a little later than some of those original folks did. So I know I have an item on the agenda later which proposes that this board would modify, this would be item 39, the modification to allocate the opioid settlement funds evenly amongst the county supervisors districts under the grant program, ensuring the same level of access to resources in each district for all communities within Mojave County, to ensure that each county supervisors district receives an equal share of the annual funds, providing balance and uniform support to local providers and enhancing the countywide response to the opioid crisis. Which, if I were to translate that, it would be they have to at least provide service in that district if they're going to be providing or a grant request for that district, but they could certainly expand outside of that district as well, countywide. So, did you have a response for that, Mr.?
Your line of thinking is correct about this is not taking any sort of action.
Review and accept.
Review and accept.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 35. Discussion and possible action. Review and accept the information requested during the February monthly report to the board regarding the medical examiner services and provide directions to staff regarding the plan for providing mandated medical examiner services within the county. Director Palmer.
Okay. So at the last report out for the medical examiner, I was asked to come back with a comparison of expenses. So an overview of the request was to compare the cost of mandated medical examiner services between counties. Items we took into consideration: travel time between cities, population, median age, square miles, and incorporated versus unincorporated locations. So we took Mojave, Coconino, and Yavapai, and this is the time to travel and the miles to travel in between locations. And as some of us are aware, it takes some time to get from the Kingman, Bullhead, or Havasu area up to the Arizona Strip, especially to Colorado City, because of having to go around the Grand Canyon. So this is the cost comparison. So our current contract is in that first section. Our population does not change between the current contract, the initial proposal, and the Mojave Coconino model, because it's the same group of people. Same thing with our median age, square miles. How many cities do we have? Essentially, the population in those cities combined, the unincorporated locations, the population of those unincorporated areas. And then it takes into consideration the staffing component, which non-forensic pathologists. So our current contract has 10. Our initial proposal had 11, and the Mojave Coconino model has it to 6. We tried to do the 5 as Supervisor Letman requested. However, because of the time it takes to travel to each location, we weren't able to get it down to 5. Forensic pathologists are FTE for that. Current contract is 1.5. Our initial proposal did not include a forensic pathologist, and then the Mojave Coconino model is 1.25. The fourth column over is the Coconino model. Their population is 149,875 people. Median age is 32.4 square miles. So it is larger than us. I believe it's the largest in the state of Arizona. 18,661. They have 6 cities, 29 unincorporated areas. They have 5 staff member and 2 forensic pathologists. Then we go over to Coconino. They have a little bit more in population, 251,000. They have 55 as their median age, 8,128 for their square miles. And then they have their incorporated and unincorporated areas. The thing to remember with the population for Coconino and Yavapai, there is some of their population that overlaps, such as in Sedona. They have 5 non-forensic pathologists, so that's going to be any of your investigators, and then 1 forensic pathologist FTE. The overall budget, so right now we've got 1.1. Our initial proposal was 1.3. Using the Mojave Coconino model, it's 1.4. Coconino has 1.3 for their overall budget for fiscal year 25, and Yavapai is 1.5. And then it breaks it down according to personnel, services, supplies, vehicles, and internal service fees. And that's it.
Thank you. I'd open it up to the board. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Melissa, the number that you showed in your graph for Mojave County, that's the existing contract with the private medical examiner company?
The first column?
Right,
Yes.
the 110 million 10.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Other discussion?
What was the amount that for the staff proposal? I thought it was like $3.5 million.
There was a building that was 3.5. The staffing, there were several versions of that because of the 3% increases and what it would cost over a period of time.
You don't know what the ongoing budget number was proposed?
No, I have that in front of me. And I'm not sure if Director Mornian is online and could answer that.
County manager has a knowing look on his face. So.
I can't answer that.
Manager Elters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Supervisor Gould, is your question related to the current contract arrangement that we have in place? Or is it something?
No, it was staff made a proposal, had a proposed budget. And that there was what was the ongoing budget allocation for that proposal?
As far as the FY26 budget, Supervisor Gould, or is it FY25? I honestly just want to make sure.
They put together a proposal
in our
to bring the medical examiner in-house.
Yes.
And was there an ongoing budget number for that proposal?
Go back to that slide.
Luke Moranian is on the line and he's able to answer that question.
Yes.
Someone has the answer.
Yes. Director Mornian.
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould. So the slide that Melissa was showing, so the initial proposal, those are the recurring costs. And when we put together that proposal, because a contracted medical examiner, so the forensic pathologist service, because we only had an estimate at that point, there was kind of a disclaimer at the bottom of that proposed budget where we had estimated that the forensic pathologist services would likely cost in the range of $350,000 to $500,000, and that was based on some recent hirings by similar-sized counties throughout the state. So the initial proposal amount of just under $1.4 million, you would then add $500,000 to that for the contracted medical examiner services. as well as there's cost of locum services or an IGA with another county for those times when cases need to either be handled by a locum who comes in when the forensic pathologist is not available, or when we would need to ship a case out to another county in order to have the autopsy performed. And so I believe the question that was asked at the last board meeting also was, what was the incremental increase versus, compared with our current contract? And so the increase would be anywhere from 900,000 to 1 million recurring. So those would be the annual expenses. The larger number, I believe that Supervisor Gould is referring to, is that when we looked at the various locations around the county, where if the board were to direct us to bring these services fully in-house to where it was a county-owned and operated facility, we had several different locations, and both of those were in the range of 3 to 3.5 million to do the renovations and get those sites up and running. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Gould?
So we're looking at about $2 million in ongoing costs. 2 million
Yes,
plus.
recurring annual expenses would be in the range of right around $2 million.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman, did you have any questions on the information provided by staff?
No, I appreciate this a lot. One small question: does services include the fuel, the vehicles, vehicle maintenance?
Yes, that is included in the breakdown down below under services and vehicle fees.
Okay, so this just reiterates a previous point of view I've had, which is this is going to be a very expensive proposition. That's all I have to say.
Any other discussion? Is the board prepared to take an action, or do you want to wait for additional? What's the pleasure of the board, I guess I would say?
Move that we accept the information.
Supervisor Gould?
I'll second that.
It's a motion.
Okay, we've had a motion by Supervisor Gould. It was just seconded by Supervisor Lettman. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 36, we have 3 people that have signed up for item number 36, discussion and possible action, approve changes to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors Rules of Order. Scotty McClure. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. You were changing things again. The only person that likes change is a baby. I thank you, Laura, and Ryan Espin for going through this one item at a time, and I've only got 3 minutes, so I don't have time to go over even half the stuff that I want to complain about, or change, or not change. That'd be my best guess, is that I would vote against this. You've already taken kind of away the call of the public. You're putting a lot of stuff in here that gives the chairman a lot more hammer to take away my free speech. This just seems like it's been the rules for a long time, and I don't see any reason why we need to have change.
Jennifer Esposito. Stephen Robinson, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman, and Golden Valley, I guess, technically. since we own places in both. I still object to putting the call to the public at the end because, we keep saying this is a business meeting, but your business is us. We pay your salary. Your business is not the business of special interests like developers and other people coming here asking for favors. Your business is not their business. Your business is our business. Putting us last sends a very bad message. But moreover, prior to this current incarnation of the board, the way that we were doing it was, if we wanted to speak to consent agenda items, we could mention that at call to the public before the consent agenda. We didn't have to try and contact a supervisor and have the item pulled. Maybe an item's going to be pulled and we don't know it's going to be pulled. And we hadn't decided, I was kind of on the fence about whether I wanted to speak about that or I didn't have time to reach out. So if you have the call to the public at the beginning and you do want to say something about a consent agenda item, you can. But by putting it at the end, and if you didn't sign up for it, then you can't speak to the consent agenda item. That happened to me on that approval for the final plat for the Angle Homes thing. I actually had some information I wanted to let you know about that, but I didn't know the item was going to be pulled. So under the current rules, I couldn't address it. But ultimately, I think that Supervisor Gould and even the fine fellow from District 4 over there are right on this particular issue, that, get it out of the way and let the people go home. Okay? I'm retired. I can sit here and play on social media on my phone and research articles from my newspaper, and I can sit here for 5 hours. Because if I'm going to have to be here in the morning to sign up for stuff, and then I have to be here all the way to the end, I might as well sign up to speak on more stuff, and I have. There's plenty of times where there's just something at the beginning and call to the public, and I could have just gotten it done, and we could have all gone home, and I could have gone and fed the animals and, taken my horse for a ride or whatever, but fine. I'm not paid to be here, but the 5 of you are paid to be there. You're paid to listen to the public, and call to the public should be your number one priority. It doesn't matter if they say something you don't like. It doesn't matter if it's a character, a tag. It doesn't matter. What the people who pay your salaries, who pay for all of the services and things that you vote on, matters the most. And I oppose this because I don't think call to the public should be put last. We are not last. We should come first. Thank you.
Stephen Robinson.
Stephen Robinson, truly living in Golden Valley. Once in a while, Miss Esposito and I might agree on something. That means she's right once in a while. And I do agree that the call to public should be at the beginning, but I gave a good reason why. When you have a full house, people are able to hear the ideas that they may not otherwise know. But that's not the real reason I'm speaking on this item. In this rules of order, it says that this is private property and it's not public property for the purpose of communication, of free expression. I believe that when this was built in 2004, that where the flagpoles were, there was no second driveway. It was going to be a free speech platform for gathering of the citizens right out in front. Because why would you have a street go 35 feet away from where the existing, the outer street is for pulling in there? I think you need to look at this, at the items in there where it says that this is private property when it belongs to the people. That's another area where I agree with Ms. Esposito. Now, I'm kind of glad by divine providence that the call to the public is at the end, because I would have increased hers and many other Golden Valley residents' hatred with what I'm going to share in the call to the public. But regarding this issue of the rules of order, it says it's not public property for public speaking and, protest. And yet the Constitution grants us the right to peacefully or to petition our government for a redress of our grievances. And I think having the opportunity, and I would encourage the county to think outside the box and say, let's create a platform out there for people to come and gather and speak and present their ideas in a peaceful and patriotic way without yelling and screaming. So I appreciate and agree with the rules of decorum for this meeting, because you don't get the chance to threaten people. You don't have the right to yell and scream and insult people. You have a right to express your opinion in the 3 minutes, which is reasonable. Heck, usually I go beyond that, but I'm not today. But so consider this idea, maybe not this time, but looking at that proposal or the rules of order where it says it's private property and not open to the or not public for purposes of protest. Thank you.
That was the last person we had signed up to speak. I'd open it up to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, if you want to peaceably assemble, feel free to peaceably assemble in the area by the flagpole or any other area. You don't have the right to disrupt the meeting inside the hall. That's basically what it boils down. You can have a protest out there anytime that you want to, because it's your house, and that's your God-given right that was further passed along to you by the founders of the nation.
Right.
You can have the whole parking lot except there's cars there.
Any other discussion?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Open to a motion? I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the changes to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors Rules of Order. With that motion second. A motion second to approve the rules, the changes to the Rules of Order. Additional discussion? Supervisor Lettman, did you have any comments?
I do not.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Supervisor Gould, item number 37, discussion of possible action, instruct the Development Services Department to implement a zero-based budget for the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought that the board should have opportunity to put at least one department under zero-based budgeting. And I thought that Development Services would be a good choice because of the various things that they do, flood control, the building department, and they also do septic tanks. Flood control has some grant funding that they operate under from time to time, along with the flood control tax. They administer that and use that. Building department is, well, I would say it's fee generated, but in reality, the fees only cover about 30% of the cost of building permits, which is something that would be interesting to take a look at. And septic tank, the issuing of permits for septic tanks is an extension of state authority. The state gives us the authority to issue those through EDEQ. I thought that might be an interesting department to start with under zero-based budgeting. It kind of give us a idea what it's going to take to zero-based budget the whole county.
Thank you.
Open to whittling down of that, expanding that, or any other department also.
Thank you, Supervisor. We do have two people that have signed up to speak on this item, then we'll get into discussion. Scotty McClure, you're up first. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. I want to request that you guys start looking into AI. I brought this up last time. I'm going to bring up one idea. I was hoping Ryan Esplin would be here so I could chew him out. I'm used to him. I don't know Mr. Davis, but I'd like to see. Here's one thing that I hear, that where AI can do translation. Like you guys dropped murder charges on a guy here a while back because you didn't have a translator. I believe you can bring these charges back. But AI has translators in any language. You can use that. Now that's just one idea of what AI is going to be coming here. We have no idea what AI is going to do to us. Well, we're scared of this, I think. But here we can have it in court. a translator now, that you don't have to pay for one probably. I don't know, you might have a one-time thing here for maybe $100
Guy,
to bring in a...
this is about zero-based budgeting and development services.
Well, that's what I want these guys on this, on what Ron wants to do here is that these guys start using AI, or an example of that. They need to look into it at least. Do they have something in their department that they can go AI? We got to start doing AI here. Not in everything. You can't do that with the county jail or the court system. But I think you guys need to instruct these departments to start. You got any ideas about this and that, other than just doing the same old way we've been doing the last 100 years in this county?
Jennifer Esposito. And Dave Cracknell, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito Kingman. I've been on record every single time saying that I support trying zero-based budgeting. I think that it's one way to show the people transparency, accountability. You know, we say all the time, like, you know, well, government isn't like a private business. Well, wait, this is a corporation. This is a corporation just like any other corporation. If you can do it in the real world, you can do it in government. I know that it's new and it's scary for some people, but I agree with starting with development services. We've got a lot of things that we don't really have accountability on. I mean, we sell permits to install water heaters, and we don't even know if anybody even bothers to pull a permit to install a water heater if they just call the local handyman. Like, we just don't know. We have fees, we have stuff, we have development services is probably the best place to start a pilot program for 12 months to see if this will work. I mean, that would be my first choice anyways. You know, but we need to show the people that we're accountable for the money that we spend. If we're not taking enough in fees to cover costs, well, where are the costs going? I spoke to a former member of that department who told me that, you know, and again, this is hearsay and this isn't a court of law, but he said there's lots of little pockets of money in development services that the supervisors don't know about. That statement disturbed me. I think you should know about every penny that goes through that department. But I fully support this. If you're not willing to try more than one department, at least get your feet wet. Give it a shot. Really, we don't have much to lose. I mean, I'd like to see Doge come in and Doge the entire county, you know. But short of Elon Musk and big balls coming in here using AI, thank you, Scotty, for bringing up AI. But, you know, this is also a department where a lot of research, a lot of things could be done where you could cut budgets and cut costs using AI. It's great for fact checking. I've been using it a lot. I used it before I came here today. It does have its upsides. But, you know, this is one of those things where this particular department, I think that Supervisor Gould has made an excellent recommendation. I support it 100%, and I hope very much that at least 3 of you will consider trying it. I know that Supervisor Letman also believes that it's a good thing to do and has some experience with it. And if you don't try something new, you're going to get what you got. And what we got is a mess every budget time. So no harm in taking one department and trying something new. I don't think that you could really do any worse than what we've done in the past. So thank you very much for considering it. And I hope you do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Dave Cracknell.
Dave Cracknell, C-R-A-V-A-V-E, C-R-A-C-K-N-E-L-L, Momcat Septic Design, 5100 East Sapphire Drive, Prescott, Arizona, 86301. I just wanted to briefly understand the reasoning behind the zero-based budgeting. I just want to make sure that my friend Scott over there in Development Services has, you know, enough funds to support his unsung hero staff that are currently swamped with septic permits and building permits and whatever other permits that he's probably wrestling with at the moment. I understand the reasoning behind the zero-based budgeting, but I just want, you know, I just want to make sure that the department has the necessary funds to be able to properly implement, a successful zero-based budgeting system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll open it up to the board. Supervisor Martin, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. This is very intriguing to me. So when I had some time on the weekend, I decided to look at AI and said, tell me about zero-based budgeting versus incremental budgeting. And boy, is there a lot of information out there. But here's the concern that I have. We're in the middle of budgeting right now. And to start something or to implement something like this right in the middle of the budgeting process doesn't seem like the best thing in the world to me. And then, like I say, I'm not a financial guru by any means, but I read through this stuff, and I'll tell you what, I've only been in this position 3 months, but I'll tell you right now, I don't like it. I don't think the county ought to go to it. I don't think, and especially development and services, just has been brought out, there are so many different facets in that department. Good Lord, I don't see any way they could do that, especially at this time. And so I'm just saying, it's not that I haven't looked into it and I haven't talked to people about it, because I got it, but at this point in time, I just don't see it happening for Mojave County.
Thank you, Supervisor Martin. Supervisor Lettman, did you have any comments?
I do not, other than I'll be seconding Supervisor Gould's motion when he makes it.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli, any comments?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, so.
I did have a couple of questions. How far along are we right now in the current budgeting process?
Mr. Chairman, board members, as of last week, we completed our one-on-one meetings with every single department from the county, and now we're in the process of compiling all that information so we can present it in a tentative budget. So we're past the halfway mark. I would say more than 2/3 along the way. We usually start this year. We started even earlier. Back in December of 24, we had a kickoff meeting, provided some guidelines to the departments as to what we expected. They went through and provided information. We took it all in, compiled it, and then met with them individually for the last 3 weeks and concluded that last week. So we're done with meeting with the department. It's a matter of compiling the budget so we can present a, we need to compile a budget so we can meet with you individually in the next few weeks to present to you where we're at, take your information, go back and have time to compile a tentative budget so we can present it to you in April and have a final budget in June.
Okay, thank you. Good question. Supervisor Borelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. County Manager, so you just said you met with every department head and you told them to put together their budget, examine their priorities. So you tell them to start from zero, working forward?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Borelli, in order to do true zero-based budget, that's what we would have to do. We would have to go back and just say, come up with an explanation and follow the requirement of a meaningful zero-based budgeting to get to that point. I understand the desire from the board to consider zero-based budgeting. If indeed that is the direction the board wants to go with, my my sincere goal and hope and suggestion to the board would be to start in the beginning of a budget cycle, not when we're more than halfway into it. I think, in all sincerity, we would have challenges. I think we may have a mess on our hands if we try to implement zero-based budgeting at this time in the budget process going forward.
Mr. Chair, my point is, you don't have a department head coming up with saying, okay, my budget, my department, I need $1 million. You don't force them to justify everything?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Borelli, we expect them to justify everything. We go through it literally line by line. As you will see when we present it to you, there are items that we pushed back on and made it clear that those will have to be placed on the side. We need to get to a point where we can project as accurately as we can what our revenues are and what our expenses going to be, and then at that point look at whatever surplus or deficit we do have and come up with a plan that we can put in front of you, the board, that you can adopt when the time is appropriate. So we scrub it. We ask a lot of questions. We push back on a lot of items, and it goes from supplies to equipment to personnel to the whole process. And some departments we meet with for an hour, and some departments we meet with for 6 hours. Supervisor Gould, forgive me, Borelli, in order to go through those items one by one and understand what their needs are and what they're based on, and the reason for asking such, whether it's mandated and so on.
Okay, well, I have more questions, but it'll be more appropriate when we have our sit down at the table as we go through this process. Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter, we have Director Morning online that would like to speak.
All right, Director Mornian.
Chairman Lingenfelter, board members, thank you. I just wanted to offer a couple of thoughts, really echoing County Manager Elter's sentiment. As he mentioned, we had the kickoff in December with all the departments. Prior to that, for the internal service departments, we actually started this process back in October. So we've been at this for quite a while. We're significantly past the midpoint of the process. I know previous discussion with the board related to zero-based budget, there was a lot of discussion about setting appropriate metrics, benchmarks, that sort of thing, having some input from the board as to what those priorities are for the board. I was also asked at the last meeting when we discussed zero-based budgeting, are there any other counties around Arizona that are using zero-based budgeting? And I reached out to the CFO group and received responses from Yuma, Pima, and Maricopa. None of those three are using it. Maricopa did email me a pretty extensive response. They did a cycle of zero-based budgeting. It took them from 2015 through 2020. They cycled through their departments. What they found, and this is from their finance director, what they found was that departments used that as an opportunity to request more funding for their programs. This is something that I mentioned when I gave the presentation to the board at the last meeting, that when you have multiple decision packages coming from each department, basically multiple budgets at different levels of funding, that you typically will see, if the departments feel that they have been underfunded in the past, that their baseline generally increases through the zero-based budgeting process, absent a directive for it not to do so. But I just wanted to mention that I have been asking around and gathering more information. I do agree with County Manager Elters wholeheartedly that this late in the process, we would be setting ourselves up for failure. Development Services is one of the largest departments in the county, and so previous discussion of starting with a smaller department, Development Services, their FY 26 requested expenses approximately 19% of the county's overall budget. It's not a small department by any means of the imagination. And again, I just think that this late in the process, you're going to be setting yourself and the county up for failure. I'll just leave it at that. That's where I'm at on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I understand. I think
Chairman
I understand.
Lingenfelter.
I'm going to make one comment, then I'll call on you, Supervisor Lettman. When it comes to the budgeting process from Mojave County, my personal view is I'm for never being satisfied with our previous best, always looking for opportunities to make the process better if we can. As I've stated before, I'm all for any budget process that provides us with the best possible service at the best cost and that has some performance measures that we can use to determine whether or not course corrections are needed, if we're doing a good job, or if a program needs to be discontinued. I think that's a good idea. I also said the last time we talked about this that I thought if we're going to have some sort of performance budgeting or zero-based budgeting, that there needed to be some sort of strategic goals that are set by this policy board so that we know what the departments that are doing those performance-based or zero-based budgeting, what they're shooting for. Otherwise, I don't understand what those decision packages are going to really look like. There needs to be some sort of strategic goals set by this board about what we're trying to accomplish through this. So I'm certainly open to continuing those discussions and ultimately just making our budget process better, whatever it ends up being. Some sort of a hybrid, possibly. I don't know, but I'm open to it. I think halfway through the budget process is maybe not the best time, but perhaps something we could look at for the next budget process or the.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to call on Supervisor Lettman, and then I'll call on you. Supervisor Lettman, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't speak for my colleague from District 5, but I don't think either one of us, want to engage in a process that effectively shuts down this department while they devote resources to making a new zero-based budget. You might want to consider two things: a parallel zero-based budget to the existing one they're developing, or taking it into a subdivision of development services, such as maybe the whole permitting process. Okay, is just waiting for zero-based budgeting. Okay, planning and zoning. Okay, waiting for zero-based budgeting. Yeah, again, we don't want to, at least I don't want to, cause this department to go into chaos. I understand it's big. I think you need some introduction into this. I'm certainly willing to look at a parallel zero-based budget for some part of that particular department. I think the entire permitting process is a great place to start.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, I guarantee I have public support on this. If you take a look at the people's reaction to the Doge Committee and the unghastly, wasteful spending, I guarantee that if you pull the man on the street, whether he thinks that our budget should start at zero, just like his household budget, they're going to agree with me. And like I said, I'm willing to go to a division of that department, but we need to start sometime. We can't just keep pushing this off every year. I'm going to go ahead and make my motion that we apply zero-based budgeting to the developmental services budget for the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Thank you for that, Supervisor. We have a motion.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Additional comments or discussion? Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. You know, I understand where the intent here is, but I also see another broader picture here. We're all new. There's 3 new people on this board. Now, the way Mojave County has done it in the past, we have 4 years. We just got elected. We have 4 years to implement a better financial plan or policy, budgeting policy, until the end of our term. And you're right, they're already going through the budget process right now. I think it would be premature to try to implement a program that technically the department heads should be already doing this. So, you know, I'm more than willing to sit down with the county manager and then department heads and just sit there and listen and say, well, no, I think you need to cut that, cut this, cut that, cut that. We cut a lot of stuff out in the state. But I think this is just the wrong timing. I think we need to slow walk this a little bit, be more strategic, more surgical, and see if there's things that need to be cut in the budget, rather than starting zero and putting a new process involved as they're already going through a budgeting process. They're meeting with department heads already. So I disagree I think we're doing this too prematurely. I agree with Supervisor Martin. I think we should wait and re-examine this down the road. Again, let's get through this budget process first, and then let's see what we can see what we can fix.
Thank you for that comment. I hope this conversation, no matter how this vote goes, continues. I do think that the current budget process, from my participation in it for over 4 years, that there's still room for improvement. I'd really like to see some more performance benchmarks, performance metrics, so that as a policy board, we're able to adjust and craft policy that's actually going to serve what we're actually trying to do. Right now, I don't think we have many performance measures or metrics. And so how do you measure or manage what you don't really measure? I think that there's room for improvement there. But I think that starting midway through the budget for one of the larger departments is maybe not the right approach. I do hope that this conversation continues in the future. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Manager, did the Development Services just hire a budget analyst?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, if they hired a budget analyst, it would be filling a position that has already existed. No new positions have been approved for development services. So I'm going to ask the director to respond to that specific questions. I'm not aware of, I don't track every department position and when a position is vacant and when they fill it, but Scott can do so.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, Supervisor Gould, we do have a budget analyst. It's been with our department for, I think, since I've been there. Our current budget analyst has been with us, I think, for 4 years. I have to go double check that.
So your budget analyst is not new?
That is correct. Not new.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, we do have a motion and a second. I'll call one more time for additional discussion. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Aye. Aye. Motion fails. Go to item number 38, discussion and possible action, implementation of biannual reporting on the progress of action steps contained in the Mojave County 2023 to 2028 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, and reconfirm the Board of Supervisors' preferred targeted industry sectors for county economic development efforts through 2028. Board members, I put this on the agenda today because, like a lot of other things that we're doing, because we have a new board majority, I'm not sure if all of you have seen this strategic plan that is on Economic Development's website. I'm sure Supervisor Gould's familiar with this. We're halfway through this strategic plan. We haven't had a report coming to this board regarding how far we've come on some of the action steps that are identified in this, and I think it'd be good for us. One of the only ways that we're going to be able to get ourselves out of structural deficit is to grow our economy without raising taxes. So it's better for us to get reports on a regular basis to find out how the heck we're doing on economic development stuff. There's also a few targeted industries in this strategic plan, and I thought since we're a new board, it would be good to reaffirm which targeted industries we want economic development going after. Did you have something to, go ahead,
I'm just
Tammy.
here for questions.
Okay. I'd open it up to the board for comments.
May I, Chairman Lingenfelter, may I speak?
Supervisor Lettman.
Yeah, I like the proposal. I would propose that we add data centers, okay, to a targeted sector.
Thank you for that. Director Erschenbach, can you run this board through the current targeted industries from Mojave County, Arizona?
So let me first tell you where we came up with this. We went to 14 different communities, and they were the ones, excuse me, they were the ones that let us know what they felt was important. At the same time, after we came up with this time, the different ones, the local first, Arizona came up with the very same industries, clusters, as well as our Workforce Development Board came up with the same ones after the fact. So healthcare and social services is the first one, manufacturing and transportation the second, retail, restaurants, hospitality the third, and constructions being the fourth. Now, since then, I believe data centers should be one. We've had a lot of requests for that, but it hasn't been something that we've actually brought to the board or brought out there. Another one, I believe, is IT and mining. So those are three that are not included, but could be at a later date.
Did you say distribution and warehousing, was that included?
That's part of the transportation, correct?
We have one person that signed up to speak, and then we'll get back into discussion if that's okay. Jennifer Esposito, do you give you 3 minutes on this?
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, imaginary member of an imaginary committee created by economic development at one of these Let's Talk meetings in the community that never held a meeting. None of the committees performed ever held meetings. But I wanted to, since this is a good idea, to update the board on economic development. I wanted to refamiliarize myself with the accomplishments of economic development in the 6 years and 1 month since Tammy Ersenbach has taken over as the department head. So I did a pretty deep dive on this, but I'll be quick. I could only find 6 businesses from public records that are in any way tangentially related to Tammy Ersenbach and Economic Development Department. And that is Next Gen Cryogenics, acquired by Flowserve in 2024, a project in Golden Valley Industrial Park. They were bought out by Flowserve. I do not know the current status or the local number of jobs provided. That was not publicly available. Interstate Warehousing, Tittman Group. Cold storage facility in Kingman under the construction in 2024. I do not know the current status or the number of employees, but I do remember seeing that they were hiring on a Facebook post last summer. Olson Paving Stone Incorporated, a family-owned manufacturer of interlocking concrete paving stones. In April 2022, the San Juan Capistrano, California-based company purchased 80 acres in Kingman, and then we never heard anything more about whether they did anything with it or not, or if they ever opened a business. Blue Glove, a small manufacturing business owned by Alan Dowd, specializing in bottling hand sanitizers, relocated to Golden Valley from California in 2020 because of the COVID demand. Current status and number of employees unknown, but believed to be less than 10. Corson built a small construction and manufacturing firm owned by Eric Corson, specializing in precast concrete products like sound walls and retaining walls, relocated from California to Kingman in 2020. Current status and number of non-family employees unknown. And most importantly, the Hive, Pegasus Group Holdings, initially touted as a $3 billion solar data center project in Golden Valley. It broke ground in 2019, right as Ersenbach started. Championed by Ersenbach and Supervisor Bishop, it quickly unraveled into a debacle marked by financial default, unmet promises, and taxpayer losses, which Tammy Ersenbach later called, quote, a learning experience. Dan Briggs, Pegasus CEO and key figure, left the company in 2020 and went AWOL from the Mojave La Paz Workforce Development Board, where he'd been appointed in 2019. Though scaled back to just a solar field by 2021, Tammy Ersenbach supported its continuation. The 717-acre project's collapse crystallized in November 2021 when Pegasus defaulted on its land payments to Las Vegas entrepreneur Thomas Bokel, and now the land sits idle at the end of a road to nowhere with about $1 million wasted. Now, I looked for grants, and under grants, I found the Apache Road Grant, 2021. This is the Apache Road grant, was for Pegasus. Cost the taxpayers $358,240. We got nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion from the board? Basically, I put this on is to institute biannual reporting on this document, the strategic plan, and then to reconfirm the Board of Supervisors' preferred target industry sectors. If they need to stay the same, if they need to change, I thought that this would be a good opportunity to discuss that. Supervisor Letman, you said you'd like to see data centers added?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The advanced manufacturing? Whatever.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion if I don't have any other discussion. That Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Do we really want to have Tammy working on restaurants?
We don't have a sales tax, so
Good point.
I think the cities all have economic development functions of their own, and I think they're all looking to add retail and restaurant, if I'm not mistaken.
Property tax.
Yeah. Well, sales tax too.
Might want to remove retail out of.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Property tax.
well, get it no matter what, if it goes in the cities or the unincorporated area. I'm going to make a motion. We'll see how it flies. I'm going to make a motion that we institute biannual reporting on the progress of the strategic plan, starting in, let's say May of 2025, and remove retail, restaurants, and hospitality, and replace it with data centers.
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
I just appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. Board, we've already discussed this. This is pretty just straightforward. Item number 39. Approve the proposed modification to allocate opioid settlement grant funds evenly amongst the 5 county supervisors districts under this grant program, ensuring the same level of access to resources in each district for all communities within Mojave County. This change will ensure that each county supervisors district receives an equal share of the available annual funds, providing balanced and uniform support to local providers and enhancing the countywide response to the opioid crisis. I would open it up for discussion.
Question.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the previous presentation we had, they had certain NGOs, if you will, that were getting that money. Now, would this change the ability, for example, my district, I pick which charity or NGO would it be? How would this work?
The way I envision this, we would not have 2 groups under the recommendation. I mean, I don't think that the last item was agendized for us to take any action. That was their recommendation. Under this proposal, there would not be one preferred group over another. Everybody would be on the same playing field every year. They'd have to support their grant with performance metrics, what they want to accomplish, and then we would obviously be able to measure them how they did. And if I looked at the graph, I mean, we don't have access to that now, but I think this doing it this way would actually provide more of the county-specific funds every year to the Havasu area. I think that they were only getting like 9.8 or 9.9% of the total grants Mojave County was provided every year. Is that correct?
Well, and Mr. Chair, I mean, that I'm looking at oversight because there's some of these NGOs out there that they'll take 85% would be all their overhead and only 15% actually goes to their performance. I would think, would this be able to have more control and oversight?
We could certainly include that in a motion to make that possible.
Mr. Chairman, may I jump in?
Andrew Elters.
Real quick, the current process allows us to know who's applying, to have contact information, to ask for their mission, experience, and so on. They apply, we review it, we bring it to the board ultimately for a decision whether to award funds or not. And then becomes the critical part, which is tracking and monitoring and reporting. We have very small amount, as you saw, 22K in last year and 19 in this year, just to have that oversight. The amount of funds fluctuate from year to year. These settlements consist of about a dozen different companies. Some have settlements that are 6 years in duration, some are as many as 18 years, so the amount and the annual amount fluctuates. The board has the discretion to go in any direction it wishes. My point is, if we do like we did with ARPA, where we divvy it up 5 ways, ARPA was truly, in hindsight, very challenging to staff to track, and we continue to track and report on it annually until December 26, when it's all done. So there are, this is a process that starts with the board and end with the board. We presented which way we were going to go. We thought we would have a couple of years of runway behind us to assess how well it's working. This is our 2nd year. We're approaching the 3rd. What we proposed to you, clearly there are, like anything else, there are some true performers out there that are doing really good. Remember, the purpose of these funds were to get them back in the community to help the cause and treat the impact, mitigate the impact. So we wanted to, we presented to you a plan. You concurred to it. Some are doing, some are being more effective and efficient than others. And what we were proposing, and you can certainly change it, I'm just making the case for what you saw, which is about a $1.4 million total in allocation. 400 of those would be to continue the programs that are working now and we're seeing results. 400K or 500K to continue the programs that are being efficient and delivering funds into the community, and then 900K to go through an RFP process where providers, organizations in the community can apply. It gets reviewed, brought to the board for award, and then we continue. So I hope I answered your question, perhaps a longer answer than you needed to, Supervisor Borelli, but I wanted an opportunity to provide some insight.
Answer your question?
I don't know. I think I might have some Parmesan on that word salad.
I think I think that it'd be a good opportunity now to. I thought the way that we divvied up the ARPA was good. These funds, I think that each district supervisor, the total funds should be allocated evenly within each district, and I think that the district supervisor should be able to green light, those NGOs. Supervisor Gould.
I agree with you that I believe that the way that we divvied up the ARPA money was an effective way to make sure that it got into the district. If you look at that chart, my district has been shortchanged. As far as effectiveness, we don't know whether these groups are effective at all. We know they're effective at spending money, but we don't know that they're actually do they have a verified outcome? Because these groups spout numbers. They didn't tell you how long has that kid stayed off of heroin, because they're not doing any long-term follow-up stuff. So we know that they're effective at spending money. That's really all we know. But I'd much rather have some control over the situation, because clearly my district is being shortchanged, or at least it appears that way, the way that the spreadsheet is divvied out, which does make it hard to track.
And more to
You guys really?
Yes, thank you. More to that point, you could have some of these people that are like so far distance, like they're in Maricopa County, and they're servicing telephonically or via Zoom or whatever. They're not there. They're not on the boots on the ground in your location. They're doing it from 100 miles away, when I think local control locally actually pays more dividends because there's that local buy-in. And of course, anybody can do is, we've seen it, doing Zoom meetings and everything else, and you hit the mute button and nobody knows what's going on, and it's just too much distance. And it's local, it's right there, and you can have more oversight local. So I like this concept of bringing it back to more control.
Yeah, to your point, I think there was one of the providers that was out of Maricopa County, and the immediate question that I get when I see an organization like that that's probably doing great work, but how do you know that 100% of our grant is staying in Mojave County? How do you know they're not using a portion of that to supplement what they're doing in Maricopa?
Right.
And so I would
employing adults in another county, right?
So I don't think that's what our grants are really supposed to be for. Supervisor Martin.
Yeah, Melissa, do we have any way to track? Because I've been here 3 months, and for me to sit here and say, well, I want to give this organization, I think you got to go with the performance of what they've done. I mean, if we're tracking this, are you able to say with any kind of confidence that what they're doing, the job they're doing to the public, for the public, is a good return on the investment?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, it falls into the public health realm of, we see long-term results 5 to 10 years from now. So we cannot say that the data shows that we're having a decrease in opioid usage or opioid deaths. However, these organizations are providing their reports. We do have a lot of contact with these organizations, and I have attended several of the events that they have held, and I've seen the people face to face that have been positively impacted by these organizations and their work.
So are you able to say with any degree of certainty that our oversight that we have now currently in place is working?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, I would say yes. We have a team that follows up with them, meets them, has regular meetings, checks their financials, what they're spending the money on, all of the documentation. It's very similar to ARPA. So when we did the ARPA funding, certain projects would get assigned to certain departments, and it's the same way that I've ran all of the ARPA projects. So I need to see those financials. We need to check them against their invoices and what they're submitting for spending.
So there is a check and balance system in place with what we got right now, with those different organizations that have applied for and received grants. There is a check and balance system in place with us, so we can verify. I'm kind of like Reagan, right? Trust but verify. Sounds to me like right here's our verification that at least from her director's position that it's working. So, somebody said let's change just to change. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We're all with you on the verification and the oversight and local control. I do want to bring up really one last point, which is the amount of work that it takes with that oversight and establishing what that oversight is going to look like. The settlement funds come with strings attached. There were 4 pages of categories that came with the funds when we went through them, sorted through them, and then presented to the board 2 years ago or 3 years ago and asked for approval to proceed in the direction that we ended up going with. To that end, the first year we had 4 or 5 grants as part of one cycle. The second year we went even few more, but it was one procurement cycle where we presented the board with a request for proposal package. You approved it, we sent it out, we received proposals, and we reviewed them. and then the board awarded them, and we tracked them and follow through. If I understand it correctly, these funds will be distributed among 5 districts, and in each district, we can have projects or grants that are anywhere between, if judging by what we had with ARPA, we could have some as small as 20K or less, and some as large as the entire amount. I'm trying to envision how we would go about allocating those funds. There has to be a process that it works for the county, and it's equitable and fair to everyone to pursue and compete for, and then the amount of work it takes to establish that, review those proposals, and go on with it. I'm just sharing with you the experience from ARPA. That truly was overwhelming. We're still in it. We're not done with it yet. And then to seek a similar system that overwhelms the staff that is already shorthanded would add to that challenge.
Thank you for the comments. With respect, I think you're overcomplicating it. Is there a way to get that graph back up, please? Because I think we all saw the same presentation. It looked like there were some administrative costs that were being deducted every year to cover the administrative of there's like $22,000 or $23,000 that was going to the administration. So it's not like ARPA where that wasn't set out in advance. In this program, it was set out in advance, and we're able to take a percentage of those funds and put them towards administration. I know I saw a couple of slides about that. And second of all, I'm not trying to change the structure of the grants, what the grants can be used for. I'm saying that there'll be sub areas within that grant. There's equal money available in each one of those sub areas of this grant, all 5 districts, and so there's enough money, equal amount of money involved in each one of those sub areas within Mojave County to make sure that we're getting a countywide response, a true countywide response to this opioid crisis. That's all I'm saying. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve that modification to allocate the full opioid settlement grant funds minus the administrative costs evenly among the 5 supervisors districts under this grant program.
Second.
With that motion second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 40, acknowledge receipt of the appraisal of the existing sheriff's substation site at 3500 North Highway 95, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and provide directions to staff moving forward with the action of property either in as-is condition or with the existing substation building demolished. Director Latoski.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. In November 2023, as we were just getting underway with the new sheriff's substation on Showplace Avenue in Lake Havasu City, the board directed us when that facility was complete and open and functioning to obtain an appraisal, and staff has moved ahead to obtain an appraisal for the former sheriff's substation in Lake Havasu on Highway 95. That appraisal came back with a statement of value of $790,000 inclusive of land and building as is. Should the county look at potentially disposing of this property without the building, which would require demolition, that value drops to $590,000. So this item is for board consideration toward providing staff direction on this.
Thank you, Director Latoski. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latoski, what do we think it would cost to demolish the building?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, we looked at that and offer an opinion of cost of about $50,000. Well, $50,000.
Can you speak into the microphone a little more directly?
$50,000.
$50,000?
Thank you, sir.
Director, or excuse me, Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, so that 50,000, what would that cover?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, that pertains to demolishing the existing facility as is. The appraisal, though, reasons that would drop the value of the overall property by $200,000 from $790 to $590K.
When you say destruction, I mean, you're talking about knocking it down and disposing.
That's correct. Yes, hauling the materials away. Yeah.
Supervisor Borelli.
Did you ask the sheriff or maybe detention? We have inmates actually do the physical demolish. I think they'd love to destroy a jail. And that way we'd always got to do is just maybe repurpose some of the brick. But I don't know. Just a thought. Why not turn this into a museum?
Any other discussion? Otherwise, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I move that the board dispose of the property without the demolition of the building.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a
Second.
Heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. Item number 41, recommend approval of a special event liquor license for Maryland June Leisure, 9566 Evans Lane, Mojave Valley, Arizona, on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of Colorado River for a fundraiser. Event date, March 29th, 2025. What's the pleasure of the
Mr.
board?
Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Motion to approve.
For that motion.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item number 42, information on the Voter Registration Division of Mojave County Recorder's Office. Recorder Durst. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I would just like to give you a brief update on the Division of Voter Registration within the Recorder's Office. After the general election, we can cancel people that have been in inactive status. We have canceled 5,300 voters from the voter rolls. When we cancel anyone now, we are required to send a notice to them telling them that they're removed from the voter rolls. Our office has received some complaints on that because when a citizen calls us to tell us that that person no longer lives there, we're now then sending another notice to them at that address because we're required to do so by law. So we just want to share with everyone that's likely what that notice was. It should still be returned to us. In September of 2024, I'm sure many of us recall the time that the Secretary of State's office came out with a notification that we had about 218,000 voters on the voter rolls lacking citizenship proof. At this time, the Maricopa County Recorder, Stephen Richer, had sued the Secretary of State's office with an expectation for the court to have a decision for the 2024 general election. This was when if you registered to vote with the Motor Vehicle Division, or you got a driver's license prior to 2005, they didn't have documented proof. They didn't document properly that you provided proof of citizenship to get that Arizona driver's license. So with due past time, Mojave County has 4,500 voters that are in this category of not having proof of citizenship on our voter rolls. We are taking a proactive approach at this and sending out a notice to notify all 4,500 of them. A notice will be going out in the next week to them, requesting a documented proof of citizenship to be provided to our office. At this time, there's no guideline as no county recorders are provided the ability to change their voter registration record. We are working on a House bill with Representative Colliton, and this here is a striker bill, House Bill 2038, that can provide us a guideline. In that, we're hoping that we would be given guidelines that if a voter is notified after this letter, we will send them another letter if they don't provide us documented proof of citizenship within 30, 60, or 90 days, then we would be able to change their voter registration status. They still likely would not be able to go into a canceled status if they've ever provided a federal voter registration form to our office, but we would do the research to know who would need to go to which status if that House bill goes through. And then just in lighter news of that, we are also required, in last legislative session, we had a lot of mandates to send additional voter registration information to voters. So if anyone changes anything within their voter record, it could be their political party, their name, they're adding a middle initial, they're removing their middle name, your physical address, your mailing address, you're adding an email or a phone number, we now have to send you a letter via mail telling you that you changed something in your voter registration record. So we would like to ask everyone to sign up for the online to get a text message or email, that there would be more instantaneous. It would save the county on costs of having to send mail and all of that to those people to be sure your record is accurate, be sure you're the person that made the change, but also to be cost efficient.
Can we get the screen up just really quick? Maybe.
We have posted it onto our voter registration Facebook page. It's
Okay.
Mojave County
There
Voter
we go.
Registration.
So that's the website that they need to go to?
my.arizona.vote. We added a QR code in case anyone wanted to scan it. But it's very simple. You opt in and it just tells you, I tested it for myself. I completed a remove from ABLE. So then I got a notice that I have a notice. You have changed your voter registration record. You can click on it. It'll tell you what you changed. And then I added myself back to get a ballot by mail. And then I got another notice. It's very easy, free, simple to do, and save us some taxpayer money. With that, if anyone has any questions about the documents, proof of citizenship, I'd be happy to answer them. I know it's been a long day for everyone.
Recorder Durst, thank you for the information. Questions?
Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Recorder. So when did you say the no federal proof voter card is coming to my house?
I'll be happy to share. This is the letter that we're sending out to 4,500 voters on the voter registration roll. That'll be going out later this week.
Okay.
It truly just notifies those people if they got their driver's license between that time frame or prior to 2005, what they need to provide our office.
Right.
I can contact you later if you'd like to discuss.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm on the list because I've never proved my citizenship because I've been registered to vote from the same address since 1993. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Recorder Durst. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lingenfeld.
Supervisor Martin.
Just so I found out during this election campaign that, I got back, well, I wouldn't say hundreds, but I got back a lot of envelopes that said people weren't at that address anymore. I took the envelopes up to her office, gave them to her, and ding, they got right on it. So, she's on the ball with that, so God bless her.
A great recorder's office, that's for sure.
Thanks, Supervisor Martin.
We're going to move to item number 43, discussion and possible action, approve and sign amendment number 4 to contract 18-B-16 Metro Ethernet Internet Services with Mercury Voice and Data, doing business as Suddenlink, Plano, Texas. Extending the contract for all locations for up to a 6-month period on a month-to-month basis from March 4th, 2025 through September 3rd, 2025. Allowing for a transition of services to a new service provider at the end of the contract term on behalf of the Information Technology Department. Entertain a motion or discussion. Director Acton, can you come to the podium, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisor Martin. I'm sorry, I did not pull that information, so I don't have the direct cost of what we're paying monthly to these services. I can follow up with you on that information. There's no cost increase entertained with this amendment. Essentially, this amendment gives us the ability to work with our IT director to provision new services at each of the county locations. And once we've got services up and running, we'll have a little bit of overlap with our current service provider, and then we'll turn off the services until all services have been moved off of Suddenlink and onto the 2 new service providers. There will be a recommendation to this board at the March 17th meeting for the award of a new contract.
Thank you, Tara. I'll make a motion to approve. With that motion second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Call to the public, Scotty McClure. Stephen Robinson, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. Well, good evening. You know what I said just now. I've been waiting how long again? My legs are shot in the ass. I wonder I could make it from here to there. Usually by now I'm, whatever. So on this number 42, Lydia, it sounds like I can go ahead anonymously and change my ex's voting paperwork. What I'm thinking. Get even. Lydia and me get along, actually, but gotta mess with her sometime. I see Walt's here again about the grand jury, I suppose, and I agree with him 100%. We've had this taken away from us. Is there actually a law that says we can't go to the grand jury, like send them a mail or something? Apparently you get thrown in jail if you go knocking on their door. In Humboldt County, where I'm from in California, you can slide, they actually have these things where you can fill them out and slip it under their door or hand it to the guy. You do not walk in there. But that's a civil grand jury. But I think we need the rights back to a grand jury here, somehow to contact them, instead of one person making the decision. And I want to bring up AI again. I think every department, and you guys especially, ought to be requesting anybody that gets up here to start, well, did you check AI? So I think it starts now, since we're already halfway through the budget. What's wrong with asking them now, the next meeting that they had come up here, that they've checked AI from now on? I want to let you know something here that you may not know. There's over 400 agencies in Washington, D.C. 400. You don't think we don't need Dodge? I voted for Trump. That means I voted for Musk. And I'm tired of people saying we didn't elect Musk. Yes, I did. I did vote for Musk. I didn't know he was going to be there, but I voted for him. Anything. You guys ought to be having your own Musk thing, like me and Jennifer here. But see, we're too tired to. I'm getting up here for call to the public at 1:37 in the afternoon or the evening, close to it. Well, I got 5 seconds left.
Steve Robinson. Gina Dumal. You're on deck.
Steve Robinson, Golden Valley. Well, Elon Musk said to beware of AI because it might be woke. In fact, almost certainly is woke. And if there was ever a time I'd be in favor of the call being at the end, it's today, because I don't know if I'd have survived making this speech before 29 was considered. I'm going to read to you Arizona ARS 11-11, 811 of Part A, then Part C. Pursuant to this article, the Board of Supervisors may adopt a zoning ordinance in order to conserve and promote public health, safety, and convenience and general welfare. The zoning ordinance and all rezonings and zoning regulation amendments adopted under this article shall be consistent with and conform to the adopted general plan. Then number C, letter C, third subsection. In accordance with Article 2, Sections 1 and 2, Constitution of Arizona, the board shall consider individual property rights and personal liberties of the residents, i.e. the owners of the property, before adopting any zoning ordinance. On the board, you see the 2015 plan. Notice this is what Supervisor Gould saw as being problematic that should have theoretically reverted back. And you see the it's all green except for the dark green is rural 5-acre minimums, and then the corridor is urban to residential. I'm going to go back to the 2005 general plan, and you see that there was several that were zoned as rural development. They took away a whole bunch of urban development, and this was the plan that was changed after they went 30 years with doing a general plan without doing one. In 95, they produced a general plan. This was the general plan. I colored it and you notice all the light yellow, all urban development. What the county did in 1995 is they turned everything that was not the railroad sections of land, they turned them into urban development areas out in Golden Valley. Not only can you have low, medium, and high density residential, you can have any form of commercial that fits the area. Obviously, we can't have airport zoning out in Golden Valley. They changed that in 2002 because the people that didn't want competition in development in Golden Valley, they said, oh no, after going 30 years without doing anything until the 95 plan, they then said, oh, we've got to get rid of Golden Valley's development potential. And they claimed there was no water out there. We now know that that's not true. There is plenty of water in Golden Valley.
Christina Dumal. Walter Spar, you're on deck. I think we have Christina, Walter, we have Christina coming down right now, and we'll get to you after her. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You, Walter Spar, and then Jennifer Esposito. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, and staff, I'm Dr. Chris Dumal. I'm from Bullhead City. I want to let you know about a new Republican organization that we formed in Mojave County. Last March, a group of us got together to form the Mojave County Bullhead City chapter of the Arizona Republican Assembly, also known as AZRA, A-Z-R-A. This organization has existed for some time, primarily in Maricopa and Pinal counties. Our organization is the conscience of the Republican Party. We emphasize God, family, and country, and we abide by a list of principles, such as adherence to the U.S. and Arizona constitutions, sanctity of life, free speech, Second Amendment, national sovereignty, decentralized government, privacy rights, and equal justice, just to name a few. The full list can be found on our website, azraaz.org. Then you can click on the chapter tab and you can find information about our local chapter. One of our goals this year is to support 2026 candidates who abide by our principles. Our chapter meets on the third Sunday of the month at the Way Church, located at 4122 Highway 95 in Fort Mojave. Our business meeting is at 2 p.m. and is for members only. A forum for Republican officials and candidates follows at 3:15. I encourage those of you who are Republican to contact me so that we can set you up for one of our forums. Our next available forum will be April 13th. Congressman Gosar will be at our next forum in March. Our forum audience consists of members and invited Republican and conservative independent guests. My contact information can be found at azraaz.org under the chapter tab. We also encourage you to become members. Although we finally have President Trump back in office, we must continue to search out candidates who support him, as we only have just begun to drain the swamp. We look forward to hearing from you, especially if you plan to run for a position or for re-election. One final comment. For the 3 supervisors who voted to move the call to the public to the end, do you realize that you have basically lost the voice of the employed Mojave County resident. They have to take a day off of work to come and voice their opinion. And that is really sad. Thank you.
Walter Spar. Thank you, Mr. Spar. I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk loud.
Well, last time I was here, I asked all you folks to give me a meeting, and nobody answered, so that means no, you're not going to give me a meeting. I didn't plan on coming back here, but shortly after that, I found out that criminal charges have been filed against me relative to me going to the grand jury. Now, everybody knows that legally you can go to the grand jury, but the problem is that the sheriff's office has taken a position that they told me directly, if I go back to the grand jury, they will arrest me. Now, there's no law that allows them to do that, but that doesn't make any difference. They're going to do it anyway. Now, this case filed against me was filed by the city of Kingman for trespassing. Trespassing in the building where the grand jury has their meetings. It's a county-owned building. So that means that the city of Kingman has legal jurisdiction over that building. So that means they have jurisdiction over this building also. They can't charge anybody with trespassing unless they own the building. But nobody cares. Nobody cares. The grand jury issue is so important. It's to stop government people from doing this kind of stuff. Judges do this every day. I've been in and out of courtrooms for 40 years. I've been fighting for our Constitution for 40 years. I've had teams of investigators. I have teams of attorneys. And we go in like the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. It's rigged. I know it's rigged. Some of you guys said that the election was rigged. Of course it was rigged. But the judges said no because the judges lied. I studied all the statements those judges made that said that was a legal election. The judges lie. The judges step out of out of their jurisdictional authority, and they make up their own laws. They legislate from the bench, and they get away with it. This grand jury system is really, really important. So, Mr. Lingenfeld, if I go to jail, I hereby demand you come and visit me with a cake with a hacksaw in it. I got to put a little joke in there somewhere. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spar. Always a pleasure.
And tomorrow, it will be the first hearing, and that hearing is going to determine if I go to jail or not.
Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. Once again, long day. It really pains me, Travis, to have to constantly remind you that content-based speech cannot be restricted. I know that you took open meeting law training when you were a councilman on the city of Kingman. I know that every member of this board receives open meeting law training. Reread the open meeting law handbook. You cannot, if you give somebody a piece of paper and you give them 3 minutes and you recognize them as a speaker, don't interrupt them. It's their 3 minutes. You can respond later, but you can't tell somebody, oh, no disparaging people. No, that's content-based. This is not rocket science. I don't want to have to school you on this again. Thank you very much. Now, 3 of you were not here on the last meeting of 2024. So, I need to let you know something because I had to verify it before I brought it before the board, and I'm always running out of time. One of the last things you did was divvy up all the rest of the ARPA money. You spent it as fast as you could because you were running out of time to spend it. The only problem is you allocated illegally $3 million to the Sheriff's Department for salaries. Now, the only way you can do that legally is if the Sheriff's Department came to you with $3 million in actual expenses that they suffered because of COVID. Otherwise, it wasn't supposed to be used for salaries. So just letting you know, you broke the law. Doge comes after you or something, or they claw it back. Hey, that's on you. Just wanted to make sure the new members of the board were aware that that happened. Now, the other thing I'd like to suggest is at the following meeting, we try this one more time. Put it on the agenda to enact zero-based budgeting for economic development. Here we've got a department that has no grants. She applied for another grant, but there was 900 applicants and we never heard anything more, so we assumed we didn't get it. We have no grants. We have almost no employees. What we have is someone who's brought 6 businesses to this board or taken credit for it in public newspapers, then we get no follow-up. You don't know how many jobs she's brought in 6 years and 1 month. I know about the scoping meeting. She said her job at that Let's Talk community meeting in Golden Valley was to introduce these developers to development services. So we're paying her for what, a handshake? We're paying her, as far as I can tell, to basically have luncheons all around the county. But nothing's coming. You don't know how many jobs have come in. So maybe when she gives her next report, she can tell you exactly how many employees that the 6 businesses that were supposed to be coming, a couple of them we don't even know if they came, how many people are being employed in 6 years of paying for this. Because the subcommittees that she created at that Let's Talk meeting, you didn't authorize her to do that. They were official committees. The committee that I volunteered for, she chose Logan Marsh to be the chairman of that committee. He never held a meeting. None of the other chair people she appointed to chair those subcommittees ever called meetings. So as you can see, Danielle formed her own committee, and we're all here. And we'll be back like next year or whenever the next thing is on the agenda about development services. So thank you. See you next time.
Thank you. We're adjourned.